Chapter 1662 The Four Uncharted. After taking a stroll around the mansion, Wang Teng walked into the central villa with an antique charm. The ground floor of the villa was a spacious hall, suitable for receiving guests. As for the second floor and above, Wang Teng didn't bother to explore or take a look. After all, they were most likely just the usual amenities and facilities. Round Ball appeared at the side and sized up its environment. It exclaimed, "The lodging in the universe zone is already so extravagant. What about the heaven zone and the universe zone? What about the eternal zone? I don't even dare to imagine. These are just material possessions. It's nothing." Wang Teng sat down on the sofa and let out a contented sigh. He continued, "Round Ball, open the enrollment guide for me to take a look." Round Ball was speechless. While Wang Teng claimed that these were just material possessions, he couldn't help but indulge in them. What a shameless person. However, it still waved its hand and opened a screen for Wang Teng to look at the content of the enrollment guide. It had already read the content, so it disregarded Wang Teng and started wandering around the villa. It toured the first floor up to the third floor. Wang Teng, this place is truly luxurious, even more so than your previous residence. The study, the bedroom, and everything else is all constructed with the finest materials," Round Ball exclaimed in astonishment as it returned to the first floor after exploring the upper levels. "Don't disturb me when I'm looking at the enrollment guide," Wang Teng waved his hand and said with disdain. "You've changed. You weren't like this in the past." Round Ball was stunned. "Everyone will mature, and now I have reached a point where I am not burdened by material possessions. Luxurious indulgence is like fleeting clouds to me," Wang Teng calmly remarked, his gaze still focused on perusing the enrollment guide. He realized that the continent where the 7th Stellar Academy was located was incredibly vast, and there was a lot to understand. If he accidentally violated any taboos due to ignorance, others might use it to target him. From Senior Sari's words, he could discern the general attitude of most people in the academy towards him. Getting onto the star rankings was an honor, but it also made him a target. Many people probably wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Thus, Wang Teng had to be careful when he should be. The Faculty Arbitration Association had great authority, so Wang Teng didn't plan to break their rules. Moreover, if he wanted to know which areas of the academy could help him quickly improve his cultivation, he would also need to find out from the enrollment guide. He wasn't afraid of any opponents, but the talents in the academy still gave him a lot of pressure. Especially universe stage and eternal stage talents. He couldn't win them yet. There were also the 7 judges at the peak of the 7 stellar academies. Senior Salii praised the 7 judges at every opportunity as if they were invincible. Even the most talented martial artists ultimately chose to submit to them. This wasn't what Wang Teng wanted. He wanted to be unbeatable so he wouldn't become someone's subordinate. However, he needed time to grow. No one can reach the top without any effort, even if he had the help of a system. He still needed to rely on his hard work, to pick up more attribute bubbles to surpass one genius after another. This was a difficult path. Yes, it was difficult. Round Ball cursed in its mind. What do you mean by not burdened by material possessions? What do you mean by luxurious indulgence is like fleeting clouds? It didn't believe it. This fellow was full of bullshit. Round Ball rolled its eyes and thought of something. It sniggered and asked, "Why? Do you feel pressured?" "This isn't pressure. It's motivation." Wang Teng glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. "TSK, pressure is pressure. Motivation? Come on, I won't laugh at you." Round Ball pouted. "What do you know?" Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Round Ball smirked and stopped arguing with him. It turned serious and said, "I think that what you should do now is to prepare to go to the Uncharted. Nothing else is as important as this. This is an excellent opportunity. Many people advanced to the Cosmos stage in the Uncharted." "Uncharted?" Wang Teng blinked. "There's nothing I need to prepare, right? You should at least understand the situation inside the Uncharted," Round Ball said with exasperation. "Use some of your points to look it up on the Stellar Academy's network. I've checked. If you want to know specific information, You can find it on the official website of the Academy. However, depending on the value of the information, it may cost you a certain amount of points. All right, help me to check. Wang Ting nodded and ordered. All right, watch me. Round Ball waved its hand and a search interface appeared on the screen. It entered the information they needed. A confidential file called Uncharted File appeared in front of them. It required 3 points to open it. 3 points seems quite cheap, Wang Ting said. Buy it. Don't underestimate the value of 3 points. You can do many things in the faculty with 3 points. You have a whopping 30,000 points, so you can afford to spend them freely. However, to the other students, 3 points might be too precious to spend, Round Ball said. It made the payment, and the details of the Uncharted appeared in front of them. Wang Ting didn't reply to it. He hurriedly looked at the information. The document was not lengthy, but it was quite informative. It covered all the necessary introductions. The Uncharted could be categorized into 4 major categories: Chaotic Uncharted, Primordial Uncharted, Cosmic Uncharted, and Apocalyptic Uncharted. Every Uncharted had significant differences, as one could infer from the names alone. The Chaotic Uncharted represented the state of the world before its creation, where everything existed in chaos. It represented the most fundamental form of all things. For martial warriors, this was an excellent opportunity for enlightenment and comprehension. 1 second of enlightenment inside was equivalent to 10 years of enlightenment outside. Also, the Chaotic Uncharted was known to contain unimaginable treasures. If he could obtain a treasure from the Chaotic Uncharted, it could bring about a profound transformation, granting unimaginable benefits and advantages to his body and cultivation. The Primordial Uncharted, on the other hand, represented the early stages of the universe's formation. It was a time of constant refinement, where the laws of the universe took shape and evolved. For warriors, this was also an exceptional opportunity for enlightenment and understanding. The Uncharted treasures born in the Primordial Uncharted might not be as good as the ones in the Chaotic Uncharted, but they were still powerful. There would be great benefits if he could get one of them. The Cosmic Uncharted represented a more stable phase in the universe's development. As the universe reached a state of relative equilibrium. While not as transformative as the Chaotic or Primordial Uncharted, the Cosmic Uncharted still holds significant benefits for those who ventured into them. The final Uncharted was the Apocalyptic Uncharted, which manifested during the impending destruction of the world. While the laws of the universe were still present inside this Uncharted, it was incredibly perilous. Venturing into the Apocalyptic Uncharted posed great risks, and one might die inside. However, the Apocalyptic Uncharted had its benefits. Many martial warriors even chose the Apocalyptic Uncharted specially to understand the origin of destruction. Moreover, during the destruction of the world, unimaginable treasures might appear. However, they were relatively scarce compared to the other Uncharteds. In summary, the 4 major Uncharteds could be categorized in decreasing order of preciousness and significance. According to the Uncharted file, the Chaotic Uncharted was rarely made accessible to freshmen. Only eternal stage martial warriors who made great contributions could enter this Uncharted. Wang Ting wanted to know which Uncharted he could enter. Chapter 1663 The Foundation of the Academy. 1. After entering the 7 stellar academies, all the freshmen who entered the top 10 in the League of Talents had the chance to enter the Uncharted. However, the ranking was different, so the type of Uncharted they could enter would be different too. If not, there wouldn't be 4 types of Uncharted. This was what Wang Ting learned from the Uncharted file. The Uncharted file was probably created by past students. It had a detailed introduction and analysis of the 4 Uncharteds. Wang Ting blinked. The content of the Uncharted file was disappearing gradually. One look was enough for the martial warriors. Also, the information he found on the Academy's internal web could only be viewed by himself. It couldn't be shown to others. If not, it would be a violation of the rules of the Academy. This was to protect the interests of every student. If others want to know the information that someone painstakingly brought out from an Uncharted, naturally they needed to pay a certain price. In this place, no one could gain benefits for nothing. The faculty created these rules to give every student a chance to earn points. For instance, the uncharted file required 3 points for one person to read, and as the number of people increased, the income naturally would become quite significant. Moreover, this was a long-term income rather than an overnight one. There were many similar information files on the Academy's internal web. However, all of them required points to read. Wang Teng asked Round Ball to open the internal web and scanned through all the files. There were all kinds of information. Basically, every piece of information cost 1 to 10 points. Every piece of information had a different value. However, that was just normal information. Wang Teng saw some extremely precious information files that were worth a few hundred or a few thousand points. There were even some worth tens of thousands of points. He couldn't imagine what was recorded in these files that were valued at tens of thousands of points. This was a platform for the Academy to exchange information with the students. Working in isolation wasn't advisable. Information gains more value when it is circulated or shared. It was worth mentioning that this information circulation wasn't just within the 7th Stellar Academy. It included the entire 7 Stellar Academies. However, that was on the public platform. Every academy also had its own platform. Interesting. Wang Ting touched his chin. He felt that the Academy's point system was not bad. Not only could it stimulate the enthusiasm of the students, but it could also link all the students together, allowing them to have more interactions in their boring cultivation life. This was probably the only way for every student to grow faster or stronger. This was a healthy competition. Wang Teng, there's an Academy treasure pavilion here. Round Ball suddenly noticed something and shouted. Treasure pavilion. Open it and take a look. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He had 30,000 points so he could spend however he wanted. Round Ball opened another interface. Treasure pavilion. The first thing that appeared was a series of categories, such as scriptures, battle techniques, items, technology, weapons, and so on. Below each category, there were even smaller subcategories. Oh my god, there are so many categories. Round Ball widened its eyes in surprise. It urged, quick, open them. Wang Teng was flabbergasted too. He took a deep breath and scanned the interface. First, there were the scriptures. The scriptures could be classified into different elements such as wood, water, fire, metal, and earth. There were even scriptures with special attributes like wind, lightning, poison, and light. Wang Teng's gaze paused, and he suddenly noticed the last category that had been subdivided. Mixed element scriptures. This caught his attention. He had always wanted to create scriptures that could merge all kinds of attributes. That way, he wouldn't need to grasp too many scriptures. A scripture that contained all kinds of elements could save him much trouble. But he never succeeded. He opened the mixed element scriptures section and countless words and images appeared. Water wood flowing cloud scripture, a water element and wood element scripture. These two attributes complement each other to yield twice the result with half the effort. It's suitable for water and wood element martial warriors. Note: this scripture was created by Duke Shui Muzhen. Price: 12,000 points, Cosmos Stage, 50,000 points, Heaven Stage, 150,000 points, Universe Stage, 500,000, Eternal Stage, Flaming Sea Burning Wood Scripture, a fire and wood scripture. To practice this scripture, you need both your fire and wood forces to reach the Heaven Stage. These two attributes complement each other. Fire force will be the main force while wood force will be the secondary force. Note: this scripture was created by the Duke Flaming Sea. Price: 12,000 points, Cosmos Stage, 50,000 points, Heaven Stage, 150,000 points, Universe Stage, 500,000, Eternal Stage, Metal Gale Sky Destruction Scripture, Metal and Wind Element Scripture. Level of difficulty is high. Metal and wind talents need to reach the Universe Stage. After cultivating this scripture, the metal and wind force in your body will become one. Astonishing power. Note: this scripture was created by the ruler Sky Destruction. Price: 20,000 points, Cosmos Stage, 80,000 points, Heaven Stage, 200,000 points, Universe Stage, 800,000, Eternal Stage, Gas. Wang Teng gasped when he saw the mixed attribute scriptures on the first page. He thought that he was a wealthy person after receiving 30,000 points. Now, he finally knew how poor he was. Looking at the introduction on the list, just the Cosmos stage scripture alone cost 12,000 points. Also, this was just a double-element scripture. He hadn't looked at the multi-element ones. Chapter 1664 The Foundation of the Academy. 2. That wasn't all. 12,000 points was the lowest. For instance, the Metal Gale Sky Destruction scripture required 20,000 points. Not to mention the Heaven stage and Universe stage scriptures. Fortunately, these scriptures could be sold based on different stages. If not, who could afford them? Among the freshmen, Wang Ting had the most points. If he couldn't afford it, the others had no hope. So expensive. Round Ball looked at the scripture on the list and kept quiet for a moment. This is atrocious. The price of the Heaven stage, Universe stage, and Eternal stage scriptures are almost double the price of the previous stage. How many points do I have to earn to buy them? Wang Ting said in frustration. He couldn't even afford a Heaven stage scripture. Look at the note behind it. These scriptures are all created by Eternal stage martial warriors. The Metal Gale Sky Destruction scripture came from an Eternal stage ruler. In the outside world, scriptures like this are definitely coveted treasures by major powers. However, they don't have the means to acquire them. Here, being able to purchase them is already considered quite remarkable, Round Ball said in astonishment. You make sense. People outside won't be able to buy this scripture. Wang Ting agreed with it. He looked at the Metal Gale Sky Destruction scripture and lamented, the rulers of the Eternal stage are a formidable presence even among Eternal stage martial warriors. It looks like this scripture is indeed as powerful as described. A double-element scripture is indeed powerful, especially when it's a combination of metal and wind elements. The metal element is known for its powerful attacking power, and the wind element is a special attribute. The combination of these two attributes is extraordinary. Round Ball nodded. It continued, I think there's a 3-element scripture at the back. Go to the back and take a look. Yes. Wang Ting nodded and tapped the interface lightly. He flipped through a few pages before he reached the section on 3-element scriptures. However, Wang Ting was deterred by the price. It's too expensive. Wang Ting shook his head. He was speechless. I can't afford it. It looks like you need to find a way to earn points first. Round Ball gloated. It knew that Wang Ting intended to pursue a multi-element path, and his number of elements was far beyond that of an ordinary multi-element warrior. This path was destined to require a greater expenditure of resources. However, this was Wang Ting's choice. It wanted to see if Wang Ting would still stick to his original decision in the face of such a huge consumption of resources. You need to use points to buy the weapons and pills on this list. I feel that I can sell weapons and pills. As long as the price is lower than that of the treasure pavilion, I won't have to worry about not having sales, Wang Ting smiled and said. His eyes shimmered. Round Ball was stunned. Are you trying to snatch business from the academy? I've read the rules of the academy, and it doesn't say anything about prohibiting students from competing with the academy for business. Besides, what I'm doing is a legitimate trade, and no one can find fault with it, Wang Ting said confidently. No wonder you were studying the entrance guide and the rules of the academy. Have you been thinking about this all this while? Round Ball sometimes couldn't help but admire Wang Ting. He always seemed to be one step ahead in his thinking compared to others. That was an initial thought, but now I'm even more convinced that I should start my own business. Wang Ting rubbed his chin and pondered, however, I'll need some help. Let's look for Ji Haochen and the others. I think they are trustworthy. However, you need to give them some benefits, Round Ball said. It's nothing. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it some hay, Wang Ting said nonchalantly. If they know that you're comparing them to horses, they will be furious. Round Ball chuckled. Ha ha ha, it's just an analogy. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh at his analogy. Fortunately, the points of the 7 major academies can be exchanged, which actually makes it more convenient for you, Round Ball suddenly said with a glint in its eyes. That's right. This is good. I want to expand my business to all the 7 stellar academies. Wang Teng felt proud. Not many people would expect that a talent who entered the star rankings would be a triple field grandmaster. Roundball smiled and said, "It's all right. They will know soon," Wang Teng replied calmly. He continued flipping through the scriptures. Unfortunately, the maximum number of elements for mixed element scriptures was limited to 5, and they were the 5 basic elements. Beyond that, there were no more options available. Wang Teng felt a little regretful. He wanted to merge all his forces. It looks like I can only take one step at a time. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered as he thought to himself. Then, he stopped looking at the scriptures and flipped through the other categories. Battle techniques were categorized in the same way as the scriptures. There were all kinds of hybrid battle techniques too. The price wasn't as high as the scriptures, but it wasn't low either. For the time being, Wang Teng didn't plan to waste his points on battle techniques. He had many battle techniques, including divine stage battle techniques. This wasn't a problem for him. The classification of treasured items was extremely detailed. There were ores, plants, metals, elemental pills, and many more. Wang Teng couldn't help but scroll through them. It was truly amazing. There were many things he had never seen before. They were all extremely precious. There were even items that could increase one's lifespan. Wang Teng took much effort to find a tree of radiance that could extend one's lifespan. Yet, there were so many of them here. It was unbelievable. Chapter 1665 The Foundation of the Academy. 3. However, it was expensive too. Such treasures were hard to come by. Fortunately, Wang Teng had it so he didn't have to be envious. If he had the chance, he could even get some light sap from the Tree of Radiance to sell. Perfect. The Tree of Radiance had already settled down in the space fragment. With the floral fairy race accompanying it every day, it had a happy life. Also, with the help of the floral fairy race, its main body was restored to its original state. It wasn't as burnt as before. At this moment, the spiritual form was sitting on the trunk of her main body. Her body was snow-white and she was swinging her fair legs gently. The floral fairies below the tree ran around and laughed happily. This atmosphere made the Tree of Radiance feel relaxed. However, at this moment, she suddenly frowned and felt a chill. "I've already recognized him as my master. What is that bastard planning to do?" The Tree of Radiance knew that Wang Ting must be scheming against her and cursed in her mind. Wang Ting continued scrolling. He noticed that the technology category didn't just include spacecraft and weapons. It also included warships. He tapped on the category and as expected, it was the type of warship he took on his way here. Was this considered a technology? He remembered that this was created by the ancient runes technology, so it could be considered rune technology. But, he didn't expect the Academy to sell these ancient warships. This was a little amazing. Wang Teng couldn't understand what the Academy was thinking. Normal people wouldn't bear to sell such warships. The magnanimity of the Academy exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. TSK. Wang Ting clicked his tongue when he saw the price of the warship. A Cosmos-level warship costs 500,000 points. That's an ancient warship. Roundball stared at the screen carefully and exclaimed, "Although the style is different, I can tell that these are ancient runes at one glance. It's not too much to sell it for 500,000. You make it sound so simple." Wang Teng rolled his eyes. "Work hard to earn points, young man." Roundball sniggered. "Go away." Wang Teng laughed and scolded it. Lastly, there were weapons. They were split into different categories such as swords, blades, rods, axes, maces, and many others. There were many weapons that Wang Ting had never seen before. He opened the sword category and scrolled to the end. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Hades Divine Sword, Divine Level. Price, 100 million. Nihility Divine Sword, Divine Level. Price, 12 million. Divine Level Weapons. Wang Ting exclaimed. Waves of astonishment crashed into his heart. Only 2 words divine level were seen in the introduction. The impact it had on people was by no means insignificant. There were a few divine level swords hidden in the Academy's treasure pavilion. This was unbelievable. Gasp. Round Ball gasped in shock. Am I seeing things? Wang Teng didn't reply to it. He tapped on the blade category and scrolled to the end. Heaven Annihilation Blade, Divine Level. Price, 100 million. A few more divine level blade weapons appeared. Wang Teng and Round Ball stared at each other speechlessly. Wang Teng refused to believe that every category had divine level weapons, so he proceeded to open other categories. To his surprise, apart from some more obscure ones, he found that the more common types like staffs, spears, axes, hammers, and so on, all had corresponding divine level weapon. For a moment, Wang Teng and Round Ball lost their voices. The foundation of the academy is truly profound. After a moment, Wang Ting let out a breath and exclaimed emotionally, "This is scary. The 7 stellar academies are indeed extraordinary. They have so many divine level weapons in their collection," Round Ball said in a serious tone. "What's more, there are many legendary weapons inside." Legendary weapons? Wang Teng was appalled. That's right. The Nihility Divine Sword is a legendary weapon. Round Ball waved its hand and a screen appeared. On the screen lay an extremely ancient and completely black sword, exuding a sense of simplicity. The ancient sword seemed to possess a certain kind of enchantment that could absorb people's gaze and even their emotions. What a frightening sword. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He almost couldn't control himself. Is this the Nihility Divine Sword? That's right. Do you know that the Nihility Divine Sword is related to you? Round Ball suddenly smiled. Related to me? Wang Teng was stunned. What relationship did he have with this divine sword? It's said that the Nihility Divine Sword is made from the bones of the Devour Nihility Beast, Round Ball said. F***K. Wang Ting cursed uncontrollably. What kind of relationship is this? The Devour Nihility Beast was his clone now. It was no different from himself. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Chapter 1666. You might earn, but I won't lose anything. 1. Wang Ting was struck dumb when he heard that the divine level Nihility Divine Sword was made from the bones of the Devour Nihility Beast. This was too much. The Devour Nihility Beast, a universe behemoth shrouded in mystery, had its bones forged into a divine sword. It felt tragic just by thinking about it. Ha ha ha, Round Ball burst out laughing when it saw his expression. Seriously, are you scaring me on purpose? Wang Teng was speechless. No, I'm just reminding you that while the Devour Nihility Beast is indeed formidable, you should still be cautious when encountering Eternal Stage or higher stage martial warriors. Who knows if they might kill it and refine weapons? After all, the Devour Nihility Beast is extremely rare and possesses valuable assets. It will attract unscrupulous intentions, Round Ball solemnly remarked. Wang Teng moved his lips and nodded. I understand. But don't worry too much. The Nihility Divine Sword is made from a dead Devour Nihility Beast. It wasn't killed. Round Ball sniggered. Wang Teng glanced at it in frustration. He felt that Round Ball had fooled him. This fellow didn't complete its sentence in one breath and kept him in suspense. A dead Devour Nihility Beast and a Devour Nihility Beast that was killed were two different things. Come on, the Devour Nihility Beast was extremely mysterious and rare. It wasn't easy to kill. However, it would be an immense stroke of luck to come across a dead Devour Nihility Beast too. Normally, the Devour Nihility Beast would choose a burial ground for itself before it died and wait there quietly for its death. The tombs they chose were normally hidden with dimensional rifts. They would rarely leave any clues behind. It was likely that a stroke of luck also guided the predecessors who managed to find that dead Devour Nihility Beast. This was the information Wang Teng got from the Devour Nihility Beast's memory. Normal people wouldn't know about it. Wang Teng, why don't you buy the Nihility Divine Sword in the future? It's just the right weapon for your Nihility clone. Round Ball smiled. It's too expensive. Wang Teng glanced at the price of the Nihility Divine Sword and replied in exasperation. 120 million points. Where could he get so many points? Even if he was confident that he could earn points by making pills and forging weapons, he couldn't guarantee that he could earn so many points. If not, the divine-level weapons wouldn't be in the Academy's treasure pavilion. They would have been bought already. A divine-level weapon was good, but there weren't many people who could afford it. Even Eternal Stage martial warriors might not spend their points on weapons. Weapons, after all, were just external tools. The fundamental aspects lie in cultivation techniques and battle techniques. Only when one's stage and strength had been elevated should one consider the choice of weapons. Otherwise, it would be a case of putting the cart before the horse. Round Ball knew this logic too. It just wanted to tease Wang Ting, so it didn't mention it anymore. Wang Ting stopped scrolling through the treasures in the treasure pavilion. There were too many of them. He wouldn't be able to finish looking through them even if he was given 3 days and 3 nights. Also, looking through them now was a waste of time. He could come back again when he needed a weapon. Wang Ting stood up from the sofa and stretched his back. He walked up the stairs. The first floor was the reception room. The second floor was an entertainment and cultivation area. However, unlike the dedicated cultivation venue outside specifically designed for cultivation, the cultivation room on the second floor was simply a quiet chamber. It was suitable for cultivating forces and achieving enlightenment, but not ideal for practicing battle techniques. The night passed quickly. The continent where the 7th Stellar Academy was located also had the distinction between night and day. Above the continent, several stars took turns revolving, creating a cycle similar to the alternating day and night on a planet. Wang Ting ended his night of cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. He washed up and prepared to go out. Wang Ting, someone is looking for you, Round Ball suddenly said. Who is it? Wang Ting asked. Who else could it be? Yu Chichiao, Round Ball replied. Let her in, Wang Ting said. Round Ball had taken over the manor's intelligence system. It would now take care of all the matters in the manor, saving Wang Ting much trouble. After some thought, Wang Ting still went to welcome her at the entrance. Otherwise, it would be impolite. Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Wang Ting asked Yu Chichiao the moment he saw her. Have you looked at the Academy's internal web? Yu Chichiao asked him back directly. Yes. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Have you noticed? Points are required for almost everything within the Academy. Last night, I wanted to look up some information about the Uncharted, and it cost me more than 10 points, lamented Yu Chichiao with a tinge of distress. So, Wang Ting guessed Yu Chichiao's motive. While they were talking, they had already reached the living room. Wang Ting invited her to sit down. It's too expensive. At this rate, our points will never be enough. Yu Chichiao sat on the sofa, her pretty face filled with misery. She continued, even if you have 30,000 points, it won't be sufficient. We quickly deplete our resources as each of us needs a significant amount for cultivation. However, I checked the Academy's treasure pavilion, and the items there cost tens of thousands of points. Even if it's you, I'm afraid you won't be able to buy much. So, we need to find a way to acquire more resources. Didn't Senior Sari say yesterday that you can fight to get onto a ranking? I think you might be able to enter the Universe Goddess rank, Wang Ting teased. Come on, why will I be on the rank? It's hard to get on the Universe Goddess rank. Without a certain level of strength, it's impossible to make it to the top. Relying solely on looks won't cut it, Yu Chichiao replied angrily. Chapter 1667 You might earn, but I won't lose anything. 2. So you have already looked at the rules? Wang Ting looked at her strangely. As expected, women couldn't resist the allure of the prestigious Universe Goddess rank. Me? No, I didn't. Yu Chichiao's gaze flickered as she denied it. Is that so? Wang Ting, don't look at me like that. I have no interest whatsoever in that Universe Goddess rank. I disdain such superficial fame and have no intention of competing for it, Yu Chichiao said with a serious expression on her pretty face. Wang Ting. Unexpectedly, she was a woman who could lie without blushing. Wang Ting felt that he had underestimated her in the past. All right, let's be serious. Forget about the rankings for now. Doing missions may not earn us many points and could be a waste of time. So, I think we can try doing some small business. Yu Qiqiao suggested. Business. Wang Ting looked at her in surprise. Wang Ting, Yu Qiqiao has the same thought as you. Round Ball's surprised voice appeared in Wang Ting's mind. What business? Wang Ting asked calmly. I'm from the Yuanyu race, so I have a scripture that allows me to form the Yuanyu pearl. Using the Yuanyu pearl, I can create spiritual illusions to train the spiritual power of martial warriors. Yu Qiqiao hesitated before sharing this information. Train spiritual power. Wang Ting was stunned. This was good stuff. Yes, and there's no harm. Yu Qiqiao nodded. Why are you telling me this secret? Wang Ting was even more surprised. He originally thought that Yu Qiqiao wanted to leverage his abilities as a three-field grandmaster to earn points. However, he didn't expect her to have another approach in mind. If he was right, this Yuanyu pearl was a secret of the Yuanyu race, and Yu Qiqiao wouldn't disclose it easily to outsiders. Otherwise, people from the outside world would have long known about the function of the Yuanyu pearl. However, up until now, Wang Ting had never heard anything about it. It could train one's spiritual power. This was an irresistible temptation to many martial warriors. Besides people who were born with strong spiritual power, the spiritual power of ordinary martial artists was generally average. It was incredibly difficult for them to enhance their spiritual power. What's more, this thing could be mass-produced. Actually, many people know that the Yuanyu race can create the Yuanyu pearl. However, their effects are limited, and once used excessively, resistance builds up, causing their effectiveness to diminish. So, it's not as exaggerating as it may seem, Yu Qiqiao explained. Those who know about my race's Yuanyu pearl will only come and ask for it occasionally. There are enough pearls for them to use. Also, they won't deliberately publicize it to maintain their friendship with my race. After all, the more people who know, the smaller their share, Yu Qiqiao explained. Wang Ting nodded. He wasn't surprised. The Yuanyu pearl would be invincible if it could train the spiritual power of martial warriors infinitely. If the Yuanyu race had this ability, they could have already dominated the region and wouldn't remain a moderately influential force. Or, they would be imprisoned by other factions and become tools for producing the Yuanyu pearl. However, only the members of the Yuanyu race would know if she was speaking the truth. This matter concerned their entire race. No one would be stupid enough to reveal it. Wang Ting didn't want to probe further. Sharing this with him could be considered a form of trust. Of course, it was probably because she valued his ability. After all, Yu Qiqiao only trusted a few people in the Stellar Academy. Among them, Wang Ting was the most powerful one. There was another possibility. She was testing him. Of course, the effectiveness of the Yuanyu pearl depends on the strength of the martial artist who makes it. Yuanyu pearls made by Cosmos stage martial artists can be used by those at the Cosmos stage and below. Those made by Heaven stage martial warriors can be used by those at the Heaven stage and below, and so on, Yu Qiqiao continued, unaware that Wang Ting had already pondered so much in his mind. Can I take a look? Wang Ting blinked and asked. I prepared it last night. A round and smooth milky white pearl suddenly appeared in Yu Qiqiao's hand. She smiled. Wang Ting found it a pity. If Yu Qiqiao had made the Yuanyu pearl on the spot, he might have been able to pick up some attribute bubbles. He took the pearl and sized it up. He realized that the pearl wasn't milky white. Instead, there was a ball of milky white mist floating inside. Place the Yuanyu pearl on your forehead and you can enter the illusion, Yu Qiqiao said. Wang Ting nodded. The Yuanyu pearl floated up automatically and pressed against his forehead. He closed his eyes. Yu Qiqiao's gaze flickered. There was a look of curiosity in her eyes. Crack. However, at this moment, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Within 3 seconds, the Yuanyu pearl on Wang Ting's forehead shattered. Yu Qiqiao was stunned. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yu Qiqiao. Interesting. Yu Qiqiao. What's wrong? Wang Ting asked when he saw her sitting there absent-mindedly. You deciphered the illusion of the Yuanyu pearl? Yu Qiqiao asked after some hesitation. That's right. Wang Ting nodded. That's fast. Yu Qiqiao expected this answer, but she still took a deep breath when Wang Ting admitted it. Mind you, she was a divine spirit master. Her spiritual power was much stronger than normal martial warriors, so even if it was a Cosmos stage martial warrior, he would need some time to decipher her illusion. Yet, Wang Ting managed to break free within a few breaths. This was unbelievable. My spiritual power is slightly stronger, Wang Teng replied humbly. Yu Qiqiao. Slightly stronger? Are you sure it's just slightly stronger? He destroyed her Yuanyu pearl illusion within a few breaths as if it was a piece of cake. She didn't know if Wang Ting was being humble or if was he boasting. Do you think my suggestion is feasible? Yu Qiqiao took a deep breath and asked. We can give it a try. The Yuanyu pearl can be used by Cosmos stage martial warriors, so we can earn some points from the freshmen. Wang Ting nodded. Only freshmen? Yu Qiqiao asked. Unless you can make heaven stage Yuanyu pearls, Wang Teng replied. Alright, I can't do that. Yu Qiqiao shook her head regretfully. Then, she got excited and asked, shall we sell this Yuanyu pearl? No hurry, Wang Teng replied calmly. Why not? The earlier we start, the faster we can earn points, Yu Qiqiao said. Do you think freshmen will buy this now? Wang Teng asked him back. Yu Qiqiao was stunned. They will definitely use their points wisely. What's more, they have so few points now. Why will they buy your Yuanyu pearl? Wang Ting shook his head. Yu Qiqiao had a good idea, but it wasn't feasible. She was stunned. But we can sell it in the future. Someone will want the Yuanyu pearl at that time, Wang Ting consoled her. Unfortunately, it can't help our situation now, Yu Qiqiao sighed. Well, I have a business here. Wang Ting smiled and changed the topic. What business? Yu Qiqiao looked up and asked curiously. Pills. Wang Teng replied. I forgot that you're a Grandmaster alchemist. Yu Qiqiao's eyes lit up. However, she thought of something and shook her head. Unfortunately, that's your ability. It has nothing to do with me. I can't help you. No, you can help me. Ji Haochen and the others can help me too. Wang Ting shook his head. What do you mean? Yu Qiqiao was shocked. It looked like Wang Ting wanted to help them. I'll be in charge of making the pills and you will be in charge of selling them. Every time we sell one pill, I'll give you 10% of the profit. Wang Ting raised a finger and smiled. Really? Yu Qiqiao widened her eyes in surprise. She would earn 10% of the profit for every pill sold. Yu Qiqiao was willing to do it. She suddenly realized that she found the right person. Of course. Wang Ting smiled. You might earn, but I won't lose anything. Chapter 1668 The Reappearance of the Solar Dragon Race. Yu Qiqiao was extremely excited. She didn't expect to have such a rewarding outcome by taking the initiative to look for Wang Teng. 10% profit of a pill. It might only be 10% profit, but the overall amount could be quite substantial if she sold a large quantity. This was definitely more profitable than doing missions. Also, this wouldn't require much time. Originally, she only wanted to leverage Wang Ting's strength to sell Yuanyu pearls together in the academy. However, it seemed that selling pills was the more profitable option. After all, Wang Ting was a Grandmaster alchemist. Previously, she saw some Grandmaster-level pills in the Academy's treasure pavilion and most of them required tens of thousands of points. It was extremely profitable. If you agree, I will look for you again in the future. Wang Ting smiled. Yes, of course. I can't miss this chance, Yu Qiqiao replied quickly. That's good. Wang Ting nodded. As for your Yuanyu pearl, you can make some when you have the time. We will use it in the future. No problem. Yu Qiqiao agreed readily. She was willing to do anything that could help her earn points. Wang Ting glanced at her strangely. He didn't know that Yu Qiqiao was a money lover. However, this was a good thing for him. If Yu Qiqiao didn't come to look for him, he would need more time to settle this matter. Yu Qiqiao opened the topic and he continued the conversation. What about Ji Haochen, Leng Qianxue, and the others? Yu Qiqiao asked. I'll contact them when I'm free, Wang Ting said. It was better for him to handle this matter personally. No matter what, he was the one who gave these talents an opportunity to earn points. If Yu Qiqiao contacted them for him, the favor would be greatly discounted. Wang Teng had his plans all laid out. His motto was still the same. They could earn, but he mustn't lose anything. What about Tu Xiaoba and Situ Weina? Yu Qiqiao hesitated before asking. These people didn't enter the top 10 of the League of Talents, so she was worried that Wang Teng wouldn't include them. Don't worry, I won't forget them. Wang Teng said, Situ Weina is my friend. Tu Xiaoba might be a little naughty, but I think she's quite likable. She should be able to make friends with the other martial warriors quickly. This will make her a suitable helper. After he finished speaking, he touched his chin and gave himself a thumbs up for his wit. He looked like an unscrupulous merchant. Yu Qiqiao was speechless. Is this considered child labor? Tu Xiaoba isn't small, right? Wang Teng glanced at Yu Qiqiao's chest with a strange expression. He remembered that Tu Xiaoba's chest wasn't small either. Hey, where are you looking? Yu Qiqiao blushed. She glared at him and said, I can't be bothered with you. I'm leaving. Go ahead. Wang Ting waved his hand and said with a sad expression, You threw me away after getting the benefits. How sad. Do you think he'll believe you? Yu Qiqiao rolled her eyes and left. However, the moment she reached the entrance, she was stopped by a tall figure. This person had an extremely tall and robust physique, resembling a demi-human. His whole body was covered in a dark red dragon scale-like armor, and two dark red horns protruded from the top of his head. He gave off a sense of nobility. Dragon horn. Yu Qiqiao's gaze paused on the two dark red horns on the other party's head. She was stunned. This figure gave her an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if there was a universe behemoth standing before her. Also, based on the faint aura he gave off, this wasn't an ordinary person. She only felt a similar aura from two other people before. One was the Crown Prince and the other was Wang Teng. This was the third one. Does Wang Teng live here? The person's voice was loud and clear, but there was a hint of arrogance and indifference in it. Who are you? Yu Qiqiao turned grim. She took a step back unconsciously. You don't have to know who I am. If Wang Teng lives here, call him out, the person replied calmly. A displeased look flashed across Yu Qiqiao's face. The person before her completely disregarded her presence, displaying an attitude of disdain and making her feel like she was beneath his notice. She was one of the top 10 talents in the Great Qian Empire. Yet, she got looked down upon by a person of unknown origin, and to add insult to injury, he even asked her to run errands. No one could bear this humiliation. Hence, she snorted and ignored him. She wanted to leave. He could look for Wang Teng himself. What did it have to do with her? The person's expression slightly darkened, but he made no immediate move. However, there were many people behind him. One of the young men took a step forward and blocked Yu Qiqiao's path with a smile. Beautiful lady, you can't leave yet. Move. Yu Qiqiao's expression turned cold. She was afraid of the man with dragon horns, but she wasn't afraid of the young man in front of her. She slapped him directly when he blocked her way. The young man's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Yu Qiqiao to act so quickly. In his haste, he pushed his palm out too. Boom. The two of them exchanged a palm attack. Force exploded, creating a loud explosion. The young man was forced to retreat more than a dozen steps before stabilizing himself. He stared at Yu Qiqiao with an unpleasant expression. The others looked at Yu Qiqiao in surprise. They didn't expect this lady to be so powerful. Yu Qiqiao snorted. She ignored them and wanted to leave. Did I say you can leave? An indifferent voice was heard. Yu Qiqiao felt a powerful aura pressing down on her from behind. She stopped in her tracks uncontrollably and her face turned pale. This person is powerful. What race is he from? Yu Qiqiao turned to look at the muscular man with horns in astonishment. Call him out. The dragon-horned man's aura got stronger. He looked at Yu Qiqiao calmly. Yu Qiqiao's face turned slightly pale. Beads of cold sweat dripped from her forehead. She felt extremely humiliated and was determined to fight with this person, even if it meant getting injured. Where did this mad dog come from? Why is it barking in front of my door and disturbing my peace? At this moment, a cold and distant voice came from the manor. Boom! An immense aura surged over and collided with the aura of the man with dragon horns. The invisible pressure vanished without a trace. Yu Qiqiao felt relieved. She heaved a sigh of relief. That fellow was finally out. She wondered who was stronger, Wang Teng or this man with dragon horns. He must be a talent from another territorial domain, and it was highly likely that he was the champion of the League of Talents like Wang Teng. This was the only explanation for his power. The expressions of the man with dragon horns and the people behind him changed slightly. The people in the manor called them mad dogs. How bold! All eyes turned towards the entrance of the estate, where a young man with black hair walked out slowly. His indifferent gaze swept over them, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. Wang Ting's gaze finally landed on the man with dragon horns. He was surprised. Solar Dragon Race. He didn't expect the other party to find him so quickly. What's more, they found him when he was in the 7th Stellar Academy. Wang Ting is very powerful. Yu Qiqiao retreated to his side and said using voice transmission. I know. Are you all right? Wang Ting nodded and asked in concern. I'm fine. However, if you came out a little later, things might have been different. Yu Qiqiao shook her head and rolled her eyes at him. Why didn't you inform me immediately? If the force fluctuations from your battle didn't attract my attention, I wouldn't have known that there were a bunch of uninvited guests outside. Wang Teng was speechless. Yu Qiqiao was frustrated. If the other party didn't order her around like a servant, she would have notified Wang Ting immediately, and there would have been no confrontation. Wang Ting immediately understood when he saw her expression. He had also heard the last words of the horned man and realized that Yu Qiqiao must have been humiliated. He said apologetically, I'm sorry, I implicated you. I will make sure he apologizes. After he finished speaking, he looked at the man with dragon horns and asked calmly, Are you the mad dogs that were barking in front of my door? How dare you? Bastard! Who are you calling a mad dog? Shouts of anger erupted from the group of people behind the horned man. These individuals were all geniuses from various factions, but now they were being called mad dogs. No one could bear such humiliation. The ones who responded are the mad dogs. Wang Teng chuckled. You, the people behind the dragon-horned man almost exploded in anger. You're looking for death. The dragon-horned man's face turned cold as he glared at Wang Teng. That's right. I'm looking for death. Are you going to give it to me? Come, give it to me, Wang Teng said. The man with dragon horns. Everyone. Yu Qiqiao. For a moment, there was an eerie silence. Even Yu Qiqiao was flabbergasted. She didn't expect Wang Ting to be so direct. Was he really an unparalleled talent on the star rankings? He didn't look like one. Very soon, the man with dragon horns regained his senses. His expression turned ugly. Humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation. Do you have a death wish? The dragon-horned man's expression turned cold. He suddenly punched Wang Ting. A cold glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He released his fist too. Fire force exploded and congregated into a fist mark. It collided violently with his opponent. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. Shockwaves swept through the air, pushing away the people behind the dragon-horned man. Even Yu Qiqiao was forced back. The man with dragon horns squinted. He took 5 steps back uncontrollably. Wang Ting only took 3 steps back. The outcome was hard for the horned man to accept. Despite being the first to make a move, he found himself at a slight disadvantage against the other party. Not bad. You're quite strong, but it's not enough, Wang Teng replied calmly. Indeed, you're Wang Teng. You do have some ability since you're able to enter the star rankings, the man with dragon horns said indifferently. Again, you have no chance. Wang Ting shook his head and looked at the sky. A spacecraft flew over from afar and finally stopped above them. A few figures jumped down from the spacecraft. The Academy Arbitration Association. Someone behind the man with dragon horns exclaimed. Chapter 1669. I think you'll make a reliable backer. The man with dragon horns frowned at the sudden appearance of the Academy Arbitration Association. He might appear arrogant and conceited, but he feared the Academy Arbitration Association. He had long heard of the Academy's Arbitration Association. Wang Ting looked at the man with dragon horns mockingly. However, he was surprised too. He had thought they would have to fight a little longer, but he didn't expect the Academy Arbitration Association to arrive so quickly. This batch of new students sure has some guts, violating the Academy's rules right from the start, remarked a laser-looking young man with long brown hair. He glanced at the crowd before chuckling. Senior, I didn't break the rules. They acted first. Wang Ting raised his hand, portraying himself as the victim. You must be Junior Wang Ting. I've heard a lot about you. The brown-haired young man gave him a meaningful look and smiled. Wang Ting was stunned. He didn't expect himself to be so famous. Even the people from the Academy Arbitration Association knew him. All right, it's clear what happened. Whoever initiated the physical aggression will have points deducted accordingly, 300 points for the first instigator, and 100 points for the others involved. Additionally, you all will be taken back for some education to familiarize yourselves with the Academy rules to prevent any future violations. The young man with brown hair smiled and didn't say anything more to Wang Ting. With a sweeping gesture, he turned to the man with dragon horns and the others and asked, "Do any of you have any objections?" The dragon-horned man's expression turned ugly. He didn't do anything. 1 punch and 300 points were deducted. He felt his heart aching. This punch was a little expensive. No way, 100 points will be deducted. The expressions of the people behind the dragon-horned man changed slightly. They were the most unfortunate ones as they didn't even lift a finger, yet they were going to have 100 points deducted. Could there be anything more frustrating than this? These people were all geniuses. Although they had been at the Academy for a few days, not many of them had taken the time to read the Academy rules carefully. At most, they looked at some critical points, which was why they foolishly decided to pick a fight with Wang Ting. Of course, they didn't expect Wang Ting to be so shameless and call the people from the Arbitration Association over directly. If you're not convinced, you can try making a move. The brown-haired young man smiled when he saw the dragon-horned man's expression. He knew the temperament of these talents. After all, he had been through this phase. But, if they really acted, he would teach his juniors a lesson. My brother is a member of the Academy's Arbitration Association. The man with dragon horns was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. I know. Zhu Longyi, right? I know him. I recognized your race the moment I saw you, the brown-haired young man replied nonchalantly. The horned man felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He knew that this brown-haired young man wasn't afraid of his brother, so there was no need to plead anymore. Can I speak to him? The man with dragon horns looked at Wang Ting. All right, since you're from the solar dragon race, I'll give you some time to speak to him, the brown-haired young man said. Thank you. The man with dragon horns nodded to express his gratitude. Then, he gave a look of contempt and said to Wang Ting, I thought that you wouldn't be afraid of a fight since you're able to enter the star rankings. I didn't expect you to find the Academy Arbitration Association. It looks like I've overestimated you. It doesn't matter to me. Throughout my life, I have conducted myself without needing the approval of others, Wang Ting said with a resolute sense of righteousness. The man with dragon horns choked. He felt that he punched a ball of cotton. Other talents would have been enraged by his words, but Wang Ting didn't seem to care about his reputation. He was extremely shameless. Fart. Yu Chiqiao burst out laughing. The anger she felt from the previous humiliation dispersed a little. Wang Ting's actions were always unexpected. Although it didn't seem to have caused any physical harm to the man with dragon horns, it exasperated him. She felt delighted for some reason. The brown-haired man and the other members of the Academy's Arbitration Association wore strange expressions on their faces too. What do you mean by you've always conducted yourself without needing the approval of others? How could a person be so shameless? They didn't believe him, but they had to respect Wang Ting's thick skin. They had never seen such a talent before. These geniuses had a high and mighty attitude, putting their reputation above everything else. However, to Wang Ting, this wasn't the case. Me. The man with dragon horns snorted. Don't argue with me. You should know why I came here today. You don't have the right to own that thing. I urge you to return it to the solar dragon race. This matter isn't over until you do that. Yu Qiqiao was stunned. What did Wang Ting take from the solar dragon race? No wonder they came to look for him. A sharp glint flashed past the brown-haired young man's eyes. He was surprised. At first, he thought that Zhu Longshan wanted to compete with Wang Teng because he had entered the star rankings. He didn't expect there to be another story behind it. Wang Teng took something from the solar dragon race. This was incredible. The solar dragon race would never allow any outsiders to possess their things. Also, looking at Zhu Longshan's expression, the item Wang Teng took wouldn't be something ordinary. However, Wang Teng put on an innocent expression and said, "What are you saying? I don't understand. Did I take a thing from the solar dragon race? Don't frame me." He even emphasized the word thing. The muscles on Zhu Longshan's face twitched uncontrollably. Anger flashed past his eyes as he glared at Wang Teng. How dare you humiliate the solar dragon race? Did I humiliate the solar dragon race? Wang Ting looked at Yu Qiqiao and asked, "Did you hear me humiliating the solar dragon race?" Yu Qiqiao was silent for a moment. Then, she hesitated and said, "I don't think so." She couldn't tell at all. But, looking at the other party's expression, she felt that Wang Ting had probably humiliated his race. "All right, let's stop here. I don't have much time to waste." The brown-haired young man waved his hand and said impatiently, "Senior, have a safe trip." Wang Ting said, "Thank you for upholding justice for weak juniors like us." The brown-haired young man looked at him strangely and said, "I haven't seen someone as interesting as you in a long time. Let's get to know each other. My name is Wu De." "Wu De." Zhu Longshan shuddered. He exclaimed, "You're that Wu De. Hey, it looks like you know me." Wu De glanced at Zhu Longshan and exclaimed in surprise. "My brother mentioned Senior Wu De to me before." "Senior Wu De, please forgive me for being rude just now," Zhu Longshan said with a stiff expression. There was fear in his eyes. He was puzzled. How did Wang Teng find this person? Were they related? A normal student dispute wouldn't have involved a member of the Academy's arbitration association. Wang Teng glanced at Zhu Longshan in surprise. The moment this person heard Wu De's name, his attitude changed entirely. Mind you, he acted fearless and disregarded everyone. Even when the Academy's arbitration association came, he wasn't afraid. Yet, he suddenly lowered his back to apologize. The stark difference between his previous demeanor and his current attitude caught them off their guards and left them unable to react in time. Yu Qiqiao was flabbergasted too. She glanced at Zhu Longshan and then at Wu De. She seemed to understand something. "No problem." Wu De smiled and didn't make things difficult for him. "Wang Ting, I won't make things difficult for you today because Senior Wu De is here. But next time, you won't be so lucky. I will look for you. Remember my name, Zhu Longshan." Zhu Longshan glanced meaningfully at Wang Teng, then flew towards the ship in the sky with Senior Wu De. "You're welcome to come again." Wang Teng waved. Zhu Longshan stopped in his tracks. His face turned black. Wu De turned and glanced at Wang Teng. He smiled and entered the spacecraft. The group of martial warriors followed behind Wu De and entered the spacecraft. The cabin door closed and the spacecraft disappeared in front of Wang Teng and Yu Qiqiao in a blink of an eye. "Ha ha ha," Yu Qiqiao burst out laughing. "Didn't you see his expression just now? His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Did you vent your anger?" Wang Teng asked. Yu Qiqiao stopped laughing. She blinked and contemplated for a moment before replying, "Half of it. However, I'll take care of the rest myself. You don't have to do anything." "Impressive." Wang Teng was stunned. Then, he gave Yu Qiqiao a thumbs up. "Go ahead and laugh at me," Yu Qiqiao said angrily. "I'm not laughing at you. Instead, I admire you." Wang Teng smiled. Zhu Longshan should be a talent of the solar dragon race. This race is very powerful. Not only do they have a powerful body, but they can also turn into solar dragons. Their eyes also have special abilities. If you meet them, you need to be careful. He told Yu Qiqiao about the characteristics of the solar dragon race. This wasn't a secret. Most formidable warriors knew about it. After all, race talents were hard to conceal, especially for a big race like the solar dragon race. It was only natural that others knew about their powers. Thus, he took advantage of the situation and told Yu Qiqiao about it. This was considered a favor. What's more, he was the reason why Yu Qiqiao had a conflict with Zhu Longshan. Solar dragon race? I understand. Yu Qiqiao nodded. Her gaze flickered slightly. Also, you heard what he said. He has an elder brother who is in the Academy's Arbitration Association and is a council member. It looks like his status isn't low. If we infuriate him, he might call him brother out, Wang Teng reminded her. I know. However, this is the Academy. They can't possibly have everything their way here, Yu Qiqiao remarked. That's true. Wang Teng nodded. If I can't, I still have you. Yu Qiqiao gave a sly smile. I think I should take back my words. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. A moment ago, he was complimenting Yu Qiqiao for her ambition. Now, she showed her true colors. I think you'll make a reliable backer. All the best, Yu Qiqiao laughed and said earnestly, I'll have to rely on you from now on. Chapter 1670 Sword Storm Plain. Wang Teng was speechless. Yu Qiqiao was the first person he knew who was so straightforward about finding someone to rely on. She didn't seem like someone with such a personality in the past. During the League of Talents, she hated him to the core. Of course, that was because Wang Ting smashed her head. That was how he provoked this lady. Wang Ting suddenly felt that ladies should be beaten up. If not, they wouldn't be so obedient. It made sense. He touched his chin and nodded to himself. What are you thinking? Yu Qiqiao suddenly felt that his expression was a little strange. She could tell that he was up to no good. Cough. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and waved his hand. Nothing, nothing. Strange. Yu Qiqiao glanced at him curiously. Then, she thought of something and asked, You seem familiar with the solar dragon race? When I was on the number 29 defense planet in the Great Qian Empire, I saw a solar dragon race martial warrior whose body got overtaken by a dark apparition, Wang Ting said. Oh right, I forgot that you're a military martial warrior. Yu Qiqiao was enlightened. She asked in surprise, Does that mean that you fought with the solar dragon race before? The solar dragon race is at the universe stage. Wang Teng replied calmly. A universe stage martial warrior. Yu Qiqiao was shocked. She understood what Wang Ting was trying to say. Since he was a universe stage martial warrior, he probably didn't fight with him. He only just watched the battle at the side. Wang Ting smiled secretly. This lady was so easy to fool. What did you take from the solar dragon race? The moment you arrived, Zhu Longshan came to look for you, Yu Qiqiao asked curiously. Make a guess. Wang Ting said. Yu Qiqiao was speechless. She rolled her eyes. Guess what? It's all right if you don't want to tell me. Hey, didn't you say that you want me to be your backer? Are you eating your words already? Looks like I can't be your backer anymore. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. No, I was wrong. Yu Qiqiao placed her palms together and apologized. In the 7th Stellar Academy, Wang Teng was her only friend. Lung Qianxue, Tu Xiaoba, and the others were at other stellar academies. They were too far away so they couldn't help her for now. Also, they weren't as powerful as Wang Teng. The Crown Prince, Yu Yunxian, was powerful but he was stubborn and unreceptive to suggestions. He wasn't as reliable as Wang Ting. There were too many powerful martial warriors in the academy. A random Zhu Longshan was already so powerful so the other martial warriors wouldn't be weak either. She wasn't afraid of competing with her peers but she was worried that others would bully her with their status. Thus, Yu Qiqiao felt that she should cozy up to someone powerful. Wang Ting was a suitable candidate. After what happened just now, she also realized that Wang Ting was a responsible person. He stood up for her without any hesitation even when facing a powerful race like the Solar Dragon race. If it was her, she might not be able to do what Wang Teng did. Most importantly, besides being powerful, his methods were impressive too. Well, you could say that he was impressive or sly. He defeated Zhu Longshan within a few moves and got the Student Arbitration Association to deduct his points. He even humiliated him. You weren't like this before. Wang Teng's expression turned strange, unable to resist speaking up. What was I like in the past? Yu Qiqiao was stunned. Mph, think about it yourself, Wang Teng replied. Oh, come on, we've become acquainted through the fight. Now that we're friends, you surely wouldn't stand by and watch me being bullied by others, right? Yu Qi put on a pitiful expression and said, Who knows? You're not related to me. Why should I care about you? Wang Teng replied. Oh, your thoughts aren't pure. Yu Qiqiao dragged her words and stared at Wang Ting with an ambiguous smile. You're thinking too much. I'm just stating the truth, Wang Teng replied calmly. Come on, I'm a real man who has been through many battles. How can I be fooled by a woman? Yu Qiqiao didn't know what to do when she saw his expression. She twirled her pupils and said, I'm going to help you sell pills, so I'm your employee. You have to ensure the safety of your employees, right? It depends on your performance. Wang Ting glanced at her and replied calmly. If the enemy didn't move, he wouldn't move. He would firmly carry out the Four Knots policy of not taking the initiative, not rejecting, not giving promises, and not being irresponsible. I will definitely do my best. Yu Qi suddenly felt a bit passive, but knowing that she had a favor to ask from Wang Teng, she immediately let go of her concerns. Adopting a graceful posture, she performed a ceremonial gesture unique to the Yuanyu race, exuding elegance and charm, pleasing to the eye. Wang Ting nodded to himself. Good, the first part of his training was successful. What plans do you have today? Wang Ting suddenly asked. I don't have any plans. I want to walk around and familiarize myself with the academy, Yu Qiqiao replied. I want to walk around too. Why don't we go together? Wang Ting asked. Okay. Yu Qiqiao smiled and agreed. Wang Ting took out a heaven-level spacecraft. He bought this specially for the Stellar Academy. The universe-level spacecraft was too ostentatious for him, but he shouldn't keep too low of a profile either, as this was where talents congregated. Thus, the heaven-level spacecraft was just right. QYC-86. This was the model of a spacecraft. This was a spacecraft unique to the Great Qian Empire. Wang Teng once owned a Q-63YE-63 Cosmos-level ancient spacecraft. Unfortunately, it was destroyed and this was a new model. It lacked some vibe. After all, to many nobles, an ancient spacecraft was a symbol of legacy and wealth. However, Wang Teng didn't care. He had the Devil Slayer and the Flaming River. These two universe-level spacecrafts were his real wealth and foundation. You've registered your spacecraft already? Yu Qiqiao was surprised. That's right. Wang Teng nodded. Round Ball was in charge of these matters. Last night, it helped Wang Teng to register his spacecrafts. Both the Devil Slayer and the Flaming River were registered too. Wang Teng didn't plan to use the Devil Slayer or the Flaming River, but that didn't stop him from registering first. He might need them in the future. He didn't have to worry about other people knowing that he had two universe-level spacecrafts. Only the Academy's intelligence knew about the registration. No one else had the right to investigate. Unless Wang Teng committed a crime and got expelled by the Academy, even the 7 judges of the Arbitration Association wouldn't be able to investigate his personal information without his consent. The two of them entered the spacecraft and flew towards the Academy. Indeed, it was undeniable that the continent where the Academy was located was incredibly vast. Without spacecrafts, traveling to a single destination would consume a considerable amount of time. Why is your registration accepted so quickly? Mine is still under review, Yu Qiqiao said in frustration as she looked at her wristwatch. When did you apply? Wang Ting asked in surprise. Last night too, Yu Qiqiao replied. Round Ball, did you do something? Wang Ting asked in his mind. It's not me. I just followed the normal procedures. I don't know what happened, Round Ball said innocently. I don't know either. Maybe I have special privileges? Wang Ting shook his head and guessed with a smile. Maybe. After all, you're a talent who entered the star rankings. Yu Chiqiao gritted her teeth and said unhappily, damn it, they're so biased. Well, there's nothing you can do. Wang Ting smiled. As they chatted, the spacecraft stopped at the edge of a plain. It couldn't move any further. But this was their destination. Wang Ting and Yu Chiqiao walked out of the spacecraft and kept it. The two of them stood at the edge of the plain and looked ahead. Drizzling raindrops falling from the sky. Further away, the rain poured down like dense curtains that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. It was a majestic sight. There were even mist rising in some areas. It was hazy, blocking people's vision. A few meters away from where they were standing, there was a huge stone tablet erected. It was like a cliff or a high mountain. No one could see the peak. Sword Storm Plain, Yu Chiqiao muttered softly. She was flabbergasted. This was a place of enlightenment for the 7th Stellar Academy. It was called the Sword Storm Plain. The enlightenment of numerous sword masters were left inside. For some reason, they turned into raindrops and fell from the sky. As long as the enlightenment was there, the raindrops would never stop. This was the information Wang Ting and Yu Chiqiao found. The 7th Stellar Academy had many other places like the Sword Storm Plain. The other 6 stellar academies had similar places too. The stone tablet they saw was a ranking. You could get points if you entered the rankings. Come, let's take a look. Wang Ting took the lead and walked towards the stone tablet. It wasn't far, so the two of them arrived below the stone tablet quickly. Wang Ting raised his head and saw many names written on it. He couldn't count them at one glance. The more enlightenment you absorbed, the higher your ranking. You will be able to leave your own enlightenment in the Sword Storm Plain. The stone plate will decide its value and use it as the basis for your ranking. Yu Chiqiao read the small words on the left of the stone plate. Interesting. Wang Ting touched his chin. You must be new students, right? Not far away, a tall and slender female martial warrior walked out of the Sword Storm Plain. She seemed to have heard their conversation and turned to look at Wang Ting and Yu Chiqiao. She smiled and said, "Why don't you give it a try? You just need to take things one step at a time and act according to your ability. There won't be any danger. We're just about to try." Wang Ting smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your reminder." "You're welcome. I want to see the quality of this batch of freshmen too," the female martial warrior smiled and said. She stopped in her tracks, not planning to leave. Wang Ting didn't mind. He turned to Yu Chiqiao and said, "You practice sword skills too. Do you want to try?" "Of course." Yu Chiqiao glanced at the senior sister and nodded. "Let's go," Wang Ting said. He walked towards the Sword Storm Plain with Yu Chiqiao. When he passed by the female martial warrior, she said to them, "All the best." They nodded and stepped into the rain. Chapter 1671 Enlightenment of the Five-Element Sword Domain. After Wang Ting and Yu Chiqiao entered the rain, they separated and started their own cultivation. Wang Ting walked amid the rain curtain, feeling the gentle drizzle of raindrops falling from the sky. In his eyes, the rainwater seemed to transform into countless tiny sharp swords. As they fell, the shape of the raindrops gradually turned into that of swords, splashing and spreading on the ground. Some distance away, Yu Chiqiao looked at her skin and felt a sharp pain. She didn't train her physical body specially, but as a celestial stage martial warrior, normal pain shouldn't be able to hurt her. Yet, she felt a slight pain. This was unbelievable. Wang Ting looked at his arm. He didn't feel anything when the rain fell on it. It was like he got bitten by an ant. This was the benefit of having a strong physical body. This was the Sword Storm Plain. Numerous enlightenment were merged in the rain droplets. As long as he could resist the pain and his enlightenment was high enough, he could comprehend it at will. Wang Ting walked deeper into the Sword Storm Plain. The enlightenment within the rain outside was too weak, so it wasn't of much help to him. His sword Ultima was already at the perfected stage and his sword domain had reached the 2nd rank too. It was merged into the golden lightning sword domain. Wang Teng walked into the rain step by step. His figure gradually blurred. The female martial warriors outside the sword storm plane sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at Wang Ting's back view with interest. Yu Qiqiao's eyes shimmered when she saw Wang Ting walking further and further away. She gritted her teeth and walked into the rain too. To her, this wasn't just a matter of enlightenment. She had to resist the raindrops that incessantly fell on her and endure the continuous stinging sensation they brought. Initially, the sensation of pricking raindrops was manageable, but as she delved further into the rain curtain, it became increasingly unbearable, as if the raindrops were about to cut her body into countless fragments. After walking for about 500 meters, Wang Teng stopped and looked ahead in surprise. Several attribute bubbles emerged as the raindrops fell, floating above the lush green grass. There are attribute bubbles here? Wang Teng wondered to himself. He picked up the attribute bubbles without any hesitation. Golden Sword Domain *50 Golden Sword Domain *40 Golden Sword Domain *70 The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind under the influence of his spiritual power. Enlightenment appeared in his mind. Golden Sword Domain. Wang Ting was astounded. The Golden Sword Domain was just enough to upgrade his Golden Lightning Sword Domain. Just those few attribute bubbles were enough to significantly enhance his Golden Lightning Sword Domain. Although he couldn't reach the 3rd rank for now, it could undoubtedly bolster his understanding of swordsmanship. This was a good thing. Wang Ting glanced around him. He didn't see any more attribute bubbles. He was understood. These attribute bubbles appeared at random. They wouldn't appear all the time. He stood on the spot and didn't go further in. This place was beneficial for the enlightenment of his 2nd rank sword domain. Any deeper and the enlightenment would be too profound. Rome wasn't built in a day, and success comes one step at a time. Everything should proceed step by step, and Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry. Taking things slowly was fine. As for Yu Qiqiao, she stopped 400 meters away and closed her eyes to sense the raindrops carefully. However, she wasn't in Wang Teng's area. She was a few hundred meters away. The sword storm plane was a mysterious place. The enlightenment hidden within the raindrops in every area was different. For instance, Wang Teng's area was the Golden Sword domain while Yu Qiqiao's area was the Water domain. Wang Teng remembered that Yu Qiqiao's Water Lunar domain was a combination of the Water domain and Spiritual domain. In summary, every single drop of rain in the sword storm plane contained a different enlightenment. No droplets of rain were the same, even if it rained at different times in the same area. The enlightenment contained in it might be different. This was because every student who entered this place would more or less leave behind their enlightenment. Everyone's enlightenment was different. Take Wang Teng as an example. This was the Golden Sword domain, but in Wang Teng's mind, it wasn't the original Golden Sword domain anymore. It was his own Golden Sword domain. A difference of a hair's breadth leads to a 1,000-mile deviation. That was why the sword enlightenment in the sword domain planes kept changing. This proved how generous the stellar academics were. Each student can leave behind their understanding of swordsmanship, and at the same time, they can also draw inspiration from the swordsmanship insights left by their predecessors. The academy never forced anyone, but all the students who practiced swordsmanship were willing to do so. This was the legacy. Without the countless sword enlightenment left behind by their predecessors, how could today's students have such convenience in their practice? This was precisely the charm of the sword storm plane. After some time, a few attribute bubbles appeared around him again. Wang Teng was deep in thought, but he still left a part of his spiritual power outside. Hence, when the attribute bubbles appeared, he felt them immediately and picked them up. Golden Sword Domain *30 Golden Sword Domain *50 The attribute bubbles merged into his mind, accelerating and deepening his comprehension of the Golden Sword domain. A few more figures walked out from the edge of the sword storm plane. They were surprised when they saw the female martial warriors sitting cross-legged beside the stone plate. "Miao Dao, why are you still here?" A young man opened his mouth and asked, "I remember that you came out earlier than us. Are you going in again?" "I won't be going in again. My body has reached its limit." Miao Dao shook her head and continued, I just saw 2 juniors going in. I want to see how far they can go. Another new student. Many new students came to try it out over the past 2 days. I remember that the highest ranking is around 100,000, the young man said. 169,365. Another person looked at the stone plate and smiled. They didn't remember the ranking, but they had some impression of it. Hence, they only knew the exact number of looking at the stone plate. This is not bad. When I first entered the Sword Storm plane, I couldn't even get into the top 200,000. That was when I knew that in this world, there's always someone better, the young man lamented. It doesn't matter if your ranking is low at the start. You're catching up now. Miao Dao smiled. Hey, I'll take that as a compliment. The young man laughed. By the way, in our 7th Stellar Academy, the highest rank of a student's first trip to the plains is 100,000, right? Someone said. Yes, it's this ranking. We still couldn't make it into the top 100,000. The difference is slight, but the gap is huge. Stellar Academies is after all a gathering place for numerous geniuses. The senior students are too powerful, while the newcomers have yet to fully grow. The young man nodded and asked, Miao Dao, what are the names of the 2 freshmen? I don't know, Miao Dao replied. The young man was speechless. You waited for them all this while but you don't even know their names. Well, know when they come out. Miao Dao shrugged. Forget it. I'm a little curious too. I'll wait with you, the young man said. The others didn't leave either. They sat beside the stone plate and waited quietly. Huh! Miao Dao suddenly exclaimed softly. What is it? The young man asked in surprise. That freshman is moving horizontally, Miao Dao frowned and said. Moving horizontally. The older students at the scene looked into the rain and immediately noticed a moving figure. Is that him? An older student pointed in Wang Ting's direction and asked. Yes, that's one of the freshmen. Miao Dao nodded. Then, she pointed at Yu Kikiao's location and said, the other one is over there. Hey, she's a beauty. The older students' eyes lit up when they saw Yu Qiqiao. Enough. She's a junior. Miao Dao rolled her eyes. Junior sisters are the best. The older student laughed nonchalantly. Beast. Miao Dao was speechless. The older students laughed louder. However, their attention was quickly drawn to Wang Ting. They noticed that he was moving between different areas, never staying in one place for too long. He seemed to have finished his enlightenment very quickly. What is he doing? Someone couldn't help but ask. I don't understand. Is he looking for an area suitable for his sword enlightenment? The young man asked curiously. Haha tilde, this junior brother is quite interesting. Miao Dao smiled with interest. You called us beasts just now, but you have your eyes on a junior brother, the young man beside him teased. Go away. Miao Dao's face turned black. Wang Ting had a great harvest. The Sword Storm plane was a treasure trove. In just half a day, he collected numerous attribute bubbles, and his understanding of swordsmanship significantly improved. Most importantly, his enlightenment wasn't limited to the golden sword domain. There were other sword domains too. To Wang Ting, this was a gift from heaven. After half a day, Wang Ting gathered all the 5 basic element sword domains. All of them had reached the 2nd rank. Wang Ting was able to improve so quickly because his 5 basic force domains were all at the 3rd rank and 4th rank. All he needed to do was to use his understanding of swordsmanship to convert them into sword domains. Let's see if I can merge them into a 5-element sword domain. Wang Ting stopped in his tracks and sat cross-legged on the ground. The 5 sword domains circled him, unfolding gradually. The small sword lights of gold, green, red, yellow, and blue resembled agile fish, darting through the pouring rain, moving freely and effortlessly. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, another half a day had passed, and the continent where the 7th Stellar Academy was located had entered the night. 10 bright moons hung high in the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The continents of the 7 stellar academies were so vast that they required not just one sun or moon but multiple ones to sustain their ecological balance. A single star or satellite would be insufficient to maintain the continent's ecosystem. Of course, besides the celestial bodies and satellites, there were also powerful martial warriors shaping and supporting the 7 continents. Any martial warriors could tell how special these 7 continents were. Normal continents wouldn't be able to survive in the chaotic star sea for long. Yu Qiqiao glanced at Wang Ting from afar. She had reached her limit. Her whole body was in pain, and she had no choice but to withdraw from the area. However, she didn't expect Wang Ting to continue staying here. He seemed to have grasped something. This person was a monster. She shook her head and walked out of the sword storm plane. Chapter 1672, number 99,999. The record is broken. One is out. Miao Tao's eyes lit up. Although the sky had grown dark, she had not left yet, and neither had the others. In fact, more people seemed to have gathered around. After some senior students came out, they met Miao Dao and the others. They noticed that they were observing 2 new students, so they decided to stay as well. The senior students always paid close attention to the new students because there was a possibility of exceptional geniuses emerging in every new cohort. These geniuses were bound to rise rapidly and become prominent figures within the academy in a short period. Such talents were worth befriending or drawing to their side. Thus, it was best to seize the opportunity to interact with them before they fully mature. Of course, being geniuses themselves, they wouldn't be overly eager to make connections. They were just doing it out of interest in equal and meaningful exchanges. It's that lady. As Yu Qiqiao got closer to the edge of the sword storm plane, many people saw her face. They were surprised. Yu Qiqiao was definitely a goddess. Many male martial warriors were stunned by her beauty. Especially with the moonlight illuminating the rain curtain behind her, making her appear like a fairy under the moonlight. So beautiful. Some people couldn't help but mutter. Pathetic. Miao Dao couldn't help rolling her eyes. These people were supposed to be experienced seniors who had seen their fair share of beauties on the universe goddess rank. Yet, they were captivated by a new student. You are jealous. The young man laughed. Me? Jealous? Miao Dao flared up like a cat. She glared furiously at the young man not far away. She wasn't ugly by any means, but compared to Yu Qiqiao, she fell slightly short. However, there was no way she would willingly admit to being inferior to someone else. Women were always stubborn in this area. Everyone loves beauties. Why are you mocking us when we see beauties? Isn't that jealousy? Someone teased her. I despise you all. Miao Dao retorted with a scornful look. At this moment, Yu Qiqiao walked out. Her expression turned strange when she heard their conversation. However, deep inside, she was more curious than anything else. Why are there so many people here? Why aren't they going back even though it's late at night? Are all the students of the Stellar Academy this diligent? Sister, can you come over for a chat? Miao Dao waved at Yu Qiqiao. Sister. Yu Qiqiao frowned at the odd title. Nevertheless, she didn't want to be confrontational, and since the other party didn't seem like they were looking for trouble, she decided to approach them. She asked, "What can I do for you, senior sister?" "Nothing. We just want to ask for your name to see your ranking." Miao Dao smiled and replied. "My name is Yu Qiqiao." Yu Qiqiao nodded. Yu Qiqiao. What a good name. You are as beautiful as your name, Miao Dao praised. You're flattering me. You're beautiful too. Yu Qiqiao felt a little awkward. This senior sister was a little too enthusiastic. However, she reminded herself that they were strangers, and perhaps this was just her character. Junior sister Yu, where did you come from? A young man asked. I'm from the Liuguang territorial domain, the Great Qian Empire, Yu Qiqiao replied. The Great Qian Empire is indeed a powerful faction. No wonder they were able to groom such an outstanding talent like junior sister Yu. The young man smiled and said. You're flattering me, Yu Qiqiao said. Come, let's take a look and see how high junior sister Yu's ranking is, Miao Dao said excitedly. Everyone gathered around the stone tablet, searching for Yu Qiqiao's name. There were too many names on the stone plate. If they didn't know Yu Qiqiao's name, they wouldn't be able to find her ranking. Fortunately, they could roughly estimate the ranking, narrowing down the search range. With so many martial artists looking for the same person, it wouldn't take long to find them. What's more, martial warriors could read 10 lines at once. 127,600. Everyone was taken aback. Their gazes landed on Yu Chiqiao. This stunning woman possessed such extraordinary talent. She just entered the Stellar Academy but had already left her mark on the stone table. This was extremely rare. What they didn't know was that Yu Chiqiao's domain was a combination of the water and spiritual domain. Thus, her potential exceeded that of a normal domain. That was why she was able to get on the rankings. Junior sister Yu, you're amazing. Miao Dao sized up Yu Chiqiao in astonishment. It's nothing, I still have a long way to go, Yu Chiqiao replied, though she was also a bit surprised. You're too modest. Miao Dao said, you managed to squeeze into the top 120,000 the moment you entered the academy. You have already exceeded 80% of the freshmen. I'm not being modest. Yu Chiqiao shook her head and continued, my ranking is quite low among the top 10 in the League of Talents of the Great Qian Empire. Really? Miao Dao and the others were shocked. Of course. I don't have to lie to you about this, Yu Chiqiao replied. It looks like the quality of the talents in your League of Talents is very high, Miao Dao said. I remember there was a top-notch genius who made it to the star rankings, and he came from your Great Qian Empire. What was his name again? Someone nearby suddenly said. I don't know his name but I remember he has a talent from the Great Qian Empire. Miao Dao shook her head. She looked at Yu Chiqiao and asked, do you know him? That's him. Yu Chiqiao smiled and pointed at the figure in the rain. What? Miao Dao and the others stared into the rain curtain in astonishment. The real person was right in front of them but they just didn't recognize him. He's the unparalleled talent who got onto the star rankings? Miao Dao widened her eyes in disbelief. She still vividly remembered the appearance of that young man from before. He was very gentle and handsome, which was why she couldn't help but remind him. The other party even nodded and smiled at her politely. She couldn't any signs of the arrogance and conceit that one would expect from a top-tier talent. That's right. You don't know? I thought you reminded him because you know who he was. Yu Chiqiao suddenly found Miao Dao's expression a little fun. She couldn't help but tease her. How would I know that it would be such a coincidence? Miao Dao was speechless. The others exchanged glances with one another. It felt a little unreal, but they were a little envious of Miao Dao. Just because she had offered a simple reminder, who knew, she might have formed a good connection with that exceptional talent. If it was an ordinary genius, they wouldn't react this way. But Wang Teng was a top talent who made it onto the star rankings. What kind of presence was that? To put it bluntly, the 7 judges from the Academy's Arbitration Association were the talents who got onto the star ranking. Wang Ting had this potential. Indeed, regardless of whether he could ultimately reach such heights, he already surpassed the average genius by far. This wasn't something to be underestimated. Everyone had different thoughts going through their minds. All eyes were focused on the figure within the rain curtain. Time flies. A silent night. In the sky, the stars rose gradually, and their radiance illuminated the continent. Just as the first rays of dawn fell upon the earth, in the distance within the rain curtain, a 5-colored sword light flashed and disappeared, blending into the rain curtain silently and without a trace. The rain in that area seemed to have undergone an unbelievable change. But outsiders wouldn't be able to sense it. The figure sitting cross-legged on the ground stood up and ended his night of enlightenment. He walked towards the edge of the sword storm plane without any hesitation. I think I sense 5 different sword domains, someone said after some hesitation. It felt like a single sword domain. Miao Dao frowned and said. Everyone was bewildered and uncertain. They had all seen that sword light just now. Though it was unclear through the rain curtain, they could still sense something extraordinary about it. It was not an ordinary sword enlightenment. Yu Chiqiao turned serious too. She looked at Wang Ting with mixed emotions. The sword aura just now was unique. What was it? At this moment, Everyone's wristwatches vibrated slightly. They received an announcement. Everyone was stunned. Then, they realized something and all looked at their wristwatches in shock. Congratulations to freshman Wang Teng for entering the Sword Storm ranking for the first time and entering the top 100,000. His rank is 99,999 and will be rewarded with 30,000 point. When everyone saw this announcement, they were all shocked beyond measure, and waves of astonishment surged in their hearts. They even suspected that they were mistaken. 99,999th place. Indeed, this was the ranking. Many people looked at it repeatedly and finally confirmed that they were not mistaken. The difference was just one place, but he did manage to squeeze into the top 100,000. A difference of one rank was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was difficult to surpass. Even the previous batches of strongest new students who had excelled in swordsmanship could only reach around the 100,000th position, unable to break into the top 100,000. This illustrated just how difficult it was to reach the top 100,000. However, Wang Teng managed to squeeze into the top 100,000 as a freshman. This was unbelievable. At the same time, many people in the academy received this announcement too. There were many rankings in the academy. Once there was a huge change in these rankings, the academy's network would get informed instantly and make an announcement so that all the students and instructors would know immediately. What's more, this announcement was made on the public platform of the 7 Stellar Academies, not the 7th Stellar Academy's internal web. This was an incentive mechanism. Wang Ting set a new record for the Sword Storm ranking but squeezing into the top 100,000 on his first attempt. In a certain part of the academy, Sari, who was on a mission, was astounded when he saw this announcement. Number 99,999 on the Sword Storm ranking. This junior brother is unpredictable. He caused such a huge commotion the moment he came to the academy. It looks like I underestimated him. Zhulong Shan was walking out of the academy's arbitration association when he saw this announcement. He frowned and his expression turned grim. He was locked up for the entire night to study the rules of the academy in the arbitration association. On the other hand, Wang Teng broke a ranking record. This contrast made him uncomfortable. He felt exasperated. In the academy's arbitration association, senior Wu De, who brought Zhulong Shan away, was sitting on a chair with one leg crossed over the other, savoring a glass of wine. He glanced at his wristwatch and was astounded. Good riddance, he sent Zhulong Shan to the Academy Arbitration Association yesterday and broke the record for the Sword Storm ranking today. Wang Teng is quite impressive. It was worth meeting him personally. It looks like he's not just an interesting person but also a great talent. He earned his title. Top 100,000 in the Sword Storm ranking? This isn't something an ordinary talent can do. I think those sword talents won't be able to sit still anymore. Will the 7 of them take notice of this baby dragon? Interesting. Interesting. This is so interesting. Ha ha ha, laughter echoed in the room, and the passing students from the Academy Arbitration Council couldn't help but look towards the door in surprise. What's wrong with Wu De? On the other side, in a cosmos-level manner, a petite young lady with short silver-white hair wrinkled her nose and snorted. Page, this fellow is in the limelight again. I can't lose to him. Unfortunately, I'm at the 1st Stellar Academy and Hez at the 7th Stellar Academy. I can't find him for now. I wonder what Hez thinking. Why did he go to the 7th Stellar Academy? Never mind, I'll ignore him. He brought this upon himself. I'll catch up with him sooner or later. At that time, I must win him. Besides these people, the ones who knew Wang Ting personally, such as Yu Yuanrui, Ji Haochen, Timothy, and many others saw the announcement too. They were shocked and in disbelief. They felt complicated. Many seniors in the academy looked in the direction of the Sword Storm plane. Some of them had already rushed over. Chapter 1673. Do you like peaches? At the edge of the Sword Storm plane. Why were there so many people? Wang Ting saw the crowd beside Yu Chiqiao after he walked out of the rain. He was stunned. Everyone is waiting for you. Yu Chiqiao sized up Wang Teng curiously. She wanted to see if Wang Teng was a human. If not, how could he be so talented? Your gaze is weird. Wang Teng was puzzled. Your sword storm ranking is out, Yu Qiqiao said seriously. Huh? Wang Teng was surprised. Judging by their expressions, his ranking was not low. He couldn't be bothered to check and asked directly, "What position am I in?" Wang Teng, you're ranked 99,999th on the sword and storm ranking. The Academy even rewarded you with 30,000 points. It's already announced. Before Yu Qiqiao could reply, Round Ball's voice appeared in his mind. An announcement. Wang Teng was stunned. He felt a slight vibration from his smartwatch just now, but he had Round Ball and it didn't alert him, so he didn't pay much attention to it. 99,999. You broke the record. Yu Qiqiao exclaimed. 99,999? That's not high at all. How did I break a record? Wang Ting was taken aback once again, and his surprise became even more evident on his face. Moreover, they're rewarding me with 30,000 points. How did this happen? Everyone. Yu Qiqiao. How is 99,999 not high? How high do you want to be? Why do I feel that he's boasting again? In the past, the highest ranking for freshmen was 100,000. Miao Dao explained. 100,000? That's only a difference of one place. It's nothing, Wang Teng responded. No, you don't understand, Miao Dao shook his head. The difference between being ranked 100,000th and 99,999th is vast. If you can't enter the top 99,999, you can't. Miao Dao shook her head. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. He turned to Yu Qiqiao and asked, "What's your rank?" 127,600. I'm far behind you, Yu Qiqiao said. Junior sister Yu, your ranking isn't low either. You have surpassed 80% of the freshmen, a young man said. Wang Teng glanced at the person who spoke and then looked at Yu Qiqiao. He understood something, and a hint of amusement curved up at the corners of his mouth. Yu Qiqiao saw Wang Ting's expression and knew that he was thinking about something strange. She rolled her eyes uncontrollably. Even this senior said that you can surpass 80% of the freshmen. It looks like your swordsmanship is not bad, Wang Teng praised. It doesn't sound right to me, Yu Qiqiao said. You're judging me unfairly, Wang Teng replied. Yu Qiqiao was speechless. I'm quite envious that the Academy rewarded you with 30,000 points, Miao Dao said. When we first arrived at the Academy, we had to complete numerous tasks just to earn a few points. It's still fresh in my memories. Indeed, it's not easy to earn points in the Academy, which is why many people try to improve their rankings on various leaderboards. Unfortunately, only a small number of them manage to break records, the young man said with a sigh, seemingly reminded of his own painful experiences from the past. For a moment, everyone looked at Wang Ting with jealousy. Yu Qiqiao was no exception. She knew that Wang Ting had previously been rewarded with 30,000 points, and now he received another 30,000, totaling 60,000 points. This amount was already several times more than what most new students had. This was the best interpretation of winning at the starting line. I was just lucky. I didn't expect to break the record, Wang Ting shook his head and replied calmly. This was the truth. The 5-element sword domain was just a domain that had evolved from the golden lightning sword domain. He had also created the 5-element fist before, so he was familiar with the merging of forces. In the end, it's just a matter of course, nothing extraordinary. The record was broken accidentally. He couldn't believe it himself. Wasn't the sword storm ranking a little too easy to break? Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud. If not, Miao Dao and the others might think he's boasting. For now, they thought that Wang Ting was being humble, so they didn't say anything. How do I address you? Wang Ting looked at the female martial artist who had previously warned him and realized that he didn't know her name yet. Miao Dao. Miao Dao smiled and replied. Good name, Wang Ting praised. What's good about it? Miao Dao asked. Peaches are delicious. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and said. Miao Dao. Yu Qiqiao. Everyone. To hell with being delicious. Was he teasing her? This guy had some nerve. He dared to flirt with his senior sister. What's more, he did it in front of so many people. All male martial artists cast an admiring glance at Wang Teng. Miao Dao was not an ordinary female martial artist. When she got angry, even they were afraid of her. What would happen to Wang Teng after he teased her personally? They were waiting for Miao Dao to flare up in anger, but what happened next stunned them. Do you like to eat peaches? Miao Dao asked provokingly. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Miao Dao just said that. Wang Ting. How should he reply? It felt a little dangerous. Especially when he saw the other party's provocative gaze, he felt that he was playing with fire. Yu Chiqiao smiled as she watched this scene. Cough, I'm leaving. See you again. Wang Ting noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right, so he immediately took out his spacecraft and flew inside in a hurry. Seniors, I'm leaving too. Yu Chiqiao nodded at Miao Dao and hurriedly followed Wang Teng. Everyone looked at the spacecraft as it flew away. Then, they glanced at Miao Dao strangely. What are you looking at? Miao Dao glared at them and asked angrily. Miao Dao, I didn't expect you to go after younger guys. You didn't even spare your junior brother, the young man from before teased. Bullshit, can't you see that he was the one who flirted with me first? Miao Dao scolded. But you responded. The young man was speechless. Come on, he's so handsome and talented. Why can't I reply to him? Miao Dao rolled her eyes. I'm not a nun. Everyone. Well said, they couldn't refute it at all. You're just attracted to his good looks, the young man said contemptuously. You're right. I'm feasting my eyes on him. You men like beautiful women, so why can't we women like handsome guys? Miao Dao sniggered. Of course. We never said you can't go after handsome guys. If you can win over Junior Wang Teng's heart, we will call you a heroine, the young man said with a wry smile, giving Miao Dao a thumbs up. I'll show you what I'm capable of, Miao Dao snorted lightly. Though she felt a bit nervous inside, she didn't show any signs of backing down. In truth, she was just talking big. She didn't have the guts or confidence to take Wang Teng down. She couldn't see through Wang Teng at all. He even dared to tease her. Normal freshmen wouldn't dare to do this. She felt that if she flirted with him recklessly, she might be the one losing out. How scary. She didn't want to admit it, but she wasn't as good-looking as Yu Chiqiao. Even Yu Chiqiao seemed a bit overshadowed by Wang Ting's presence, let alone her. Well, wait and see then, the young man chuckled. After joking around for a while, they wanted to leave. Suddenly, they saw several spacecraft flying in from a distance. Multiple figures appeared in mid-air and landed at the edge of the Sword Storm plane. They walked towards the stone plate. Why are they here? Miao Dao and the others' expressions changed slightly. They are probably attracted by Wang Ting's ranking. After all, he broke the record, the young man said grimly. Miao Dao, why are you all here? Have you seen Wang Ting? A young man with a long sword behind his back asked when he saw Miao Dao and the others. He just left. Miao Dao ignored these people and left immediately after replying to him. He left. It seems I arrived a step too late, the young man with the long sword on his back frowned and murmured. He looked at the stone plate and saw Wang Ting's name at the 99,999th position. All doubts were dispelled. He turned around and left, saying, since we're in the same academy, there will be another chance to meet. The others left too. They came and left quickly. Wang Teng didn't know that he had attracted so many people just because he broke a small record. If he knew, he would be glad that he left quickly. Otherwise, getting involved with this group of people would surely lead to many more troubles. On the spacecraft, Yu Chiqiao hesitated before asking, did you grasp a new enlightenment just now? It's just a small gain. Wang Ting sat on the sofa in the lobby of the spacecraft and smiled at her. I didn't expect you to break the record. Yu Chiqiao didn't ask further. I'm afraid many people will be alerted. It doesn't matter. My existence has already stirred many people, Wang Ting said with a calm expression. Before he arrived at the Stellar Academy, Many people already knew his name and his achievements. No matter how low-key he tried to be, it might not make much of a difference. It's like the wind blowing when the tree desires stillness. From the moment he ascended to the star rankings, low-key and discreet were probably out of reach for him. Hence, it was better to keep a high profile and do whatever he wanted. True, Yu Qiqiao nodded thoughtfully and smiled. It's not a bad thing. The bigger your reputation, the more advantageous it will be for the things we need to do later on. You're quite smart. Wang Teng smiled. He hadn't thought of this, but Yu Qiqiao did. Of course. I have some talent in doing business, Yu Qiqiao said proudly. Then go ahead and make the most of it. If you can handle it well, I don't mind leaving everything to you, Wang Teng said with a meaningful look in his eyes. Yu Qiqiao was elated. If she was in charge of everything, she would be able to earn more points. Was this good opportunity falling into her lap like this? It was unbelievable just thinking about it. Really? She couldn't help but ask. It depends on your performance, Wang Teng answered. Don't worry. I won't disappoint you, Yu Qiqiao said confidently. Chapter 1674 The Strange Treant. Wang Teng and Yu Qiqiao returned to the Cosmos Zone residential area. The moment the spacecraft landed, they received a message simultaneously. They exchanged glances with each other. What is it this time? Yu Qiqiao was astounded. She looked at her wristwatch. Wang Ting, it's the Uncharted. The Academy informed you that you will be heading to the Uncharted soon. Round Ball's excited voice appeared in his mind. Uncharted. Wang Ting got excited. He asked hurriedly, when do we leave? All the freshmen will gather in the dormitory area 2 hours later. A spacecraft will come and fetch you. Round Ball repeated the content of the message. That's great. Wang Teng was elated. I can't wait to see what the Uncharted looks like. At this moment, Yu Qiqiao finished reading the message. There was excitement on her pretty face as she said, we will be heading to the Uncharted soon. Yes. Wang Teng nodded at her. I wonder which Uncharted it will be. According to the usual practice, those who rank in the top 10 of the League of Talents might go to the primordial Uncharted, but this time, you are somewhat special. There's a possibility you could enter the chaotic Uncharted, Yu Qiqiao said. However, there's no record of where the geniuses who previously ascended to the star rankings went, so we have no way of knowing. Chaotic Uncharted. Wang Ting's eyes gleamed with excitement and yearning in his heart. This was the highest level Uncharted. If he could enter it, it would be of great help to him. However, he couldn't make the decision and would have to rely on the Academy to decide which Uncharted he would go to. In the Uncharted file, Wang Teng learned that the chaotic Uncharted wasn't a place ordinary martial warriors could enter. The chaotic Uncharted had many benefits, but it was also full of dangers. Normally, only Universe Stage or Eternal Stage martial warriors had the confidence to enter. Very few Cosmos Stage or Heaven Stage martial warriors got to visit it. Firstly, they weren't strong enough. Secondly, they didn't have enough points. Of course, even if they went, the possibility of dying was high. This was recorded in the data of the Academy. Don't worry. We can just wait and see. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind as he replied calmly. Yu Qiqiao nodded. She took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. 2 hours passed quickly. Within these 2 hours, people started rushing over from all directions. They returned to the residential area and waited patiently for the Academy's spacecraft to arrive. Some people couldn't contain their excitement and ventured out of their manners. Geniuses from various factions gathered together, whispering and discussing the upcoming journey to the Uncharted. There wasn't a single senior student in the Cosmos Zone dormitory. They were all freshmen. To the senior students, surpassing the Cosmos Stage was a piece of cake. They had been in the Academy for many years. If they hadn't reached the Cosmos Stage, they could drop out of school and go home. The stellar academies wouldn't accept a piece of trash like this. Wang Teng and Yu Qiqiao stood on the lawn outside the manor and looked at the sky silently. No one spoke. At this moment, a figure walked out of the manor not far away. It was Yu Yunxian. He was quite patient. He honestly waited for 2 hours before coming out, unlike other people who had already been waiting outside. Brother Yunxian. Wang Teng greeted him. Yu Yunxian nodded at him slightly. Suddenly, he turned to look at another manor. Wang Teng and Yu Qiqiao sensed something too. They looked in the same direction. There were only 4 manors in this vicinity, all gathered at the foot of the mountain. It was an excellent place to stay with mountains surrounding them. Before they arrived, a manor was already taken. They just didn't know who lived inside. They were a little curious. After all, they lived so close to each other, so it was inevitable that they would meet in the future. At this moment, a figure walked out. Wang Teng and the others were stunned when they saw the figure clearly. The other party's image had exceeded their expectations. That was a tall and slender figure, resembling a humanoid with 4 limbs, covered all over with dried tree bark. Some tree branches grew out from the gaps in the bark, adorned with lush green leaves. A small sapling was growing on top of his head. For some reason, even though the other party looked rough, he felt a little funny. Treant. Yu Qiqiao was astounded. Treant. Wang Ting sized up the other party curiously. He didn't expect such a strange life form to live in this mansion. Considering the nearby living environment, it seems to meet the requirements of the Treant. No wonder he chose to live here alone. It's the Treant race, a very rare race. Round Ball's surprised voice echoed in Wang Ting's mind as it explained, Treants are plant life forms. They're extremely special and not commonly seen in the universe. They are generally more inclined towards the wood attribute of elemental force and are born with high innate wood talent. Of course, some Treants might have other forces too, such as fire force, earth force, or even lightning force or light force. That's normal. Even some spiritual trees might have lightning element attributes, just like the Tree of Radiance, much less a plant life form like the Treant race. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. That's right. The Treant race is extremely unique and gifted. However, this race is also prone to early death and struggles to grow, so it's quite surprising to encounter one in the stellar academies. It looks like this individual possesses remarkable talent, Round Ball remarked. Wang Ting nodded. He activated his real eye, and an unnoticeable golden glow flashed past his eyes. A dense green ball of light appeared in his vision. It was the Treant. Moreover, within this dense green light sphere, there were 2 extremely dazzling lights, one red and one purple. Lightning force. Fire force. This Treant had wood, lightning, and fire forces. Looking at the intensity of the lights, all 3 forces had reached the peak of the celestial stage. There was no weakness. F***K. Wang Ting cursed uncontrollably when he saw the color of the light. This Treant wasn't abnormal. Besides the most basic wood force, he also had the fire and lightning forces, which were known for their attacking power. This was unbelievable. He wondered how this peculiar life form was born. Although Wang Ting spoke confidently earlier, believing that a Treant could possess attributes other than wood force, he still found it somewhat unbelievable when faced with such an existence. One could only marvel at the wonders of the world. Anything was possible in this vast universe. What's wrong? Did you see something? Round Ball asked hurriedly. After interacting with him for a long time, it knew that Wang Ting had a special vision that allowed him to see through many things. For instance, force, stages. This Treant is impressive. Wang Teng exclaimed. He has wood, lightning, and fire forces simultaneously. Round Ball gasped. Really? Are you sure? You're doubting my vision, Wang Teng said. Oh my god. This Treant must have a powerful background. Round Ball exclaimed. It suddenly said, Wang Teng, get to know him quickly. You might have unexpected gains in the future. Do I look like someone who will make friends for interest? You're humiliating me, Wang Teng replied angrily. Round Ball choked. But, I don't mind getting to know him. After all, he's a rare Treant. I'm very interested in him, Wang Teng said. Round Ball. It had never seen such a shameless person. However, before Wang Ting could walk over, the other party sensed his gaze and suddenly walked towards him. The Treant's face lacked any expression, so he appeared somewhat stiff and rigid. With its eyes in a dark green hue and a mouth resembling a withered old man's, one could not ignore the slightly comical and eerie feeling it gave off. However, looking past the humorous aspect, it gave an overall impression of being somewhat menacing. Thus, when Yu Qiqiao and Yu Yunxian saw him walking over, they frowned slightly. What was this treant planning to do? Wang Ting patted Yu Qiqiao's shoulder and stared at the treant calmly. He wasn't affected. The treant walked in front of Wang Ting and opened his mouth slightly. His voice was a little hoarse, like two pieces of wood rubbing against each other. "Hello, Embark." Wang Ting and the others were stunned. This was a little unexpected. The tree person actually came over to greet them, and he exuded a somewhat simple and naive feeling. Hello." Wang Ting regained his senses and said, "My name is Wang Ting." "Wang Ting," treant Borit repeated. Then, he said, "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too." Wang Ting didn't expect that one day he wouldn't know how to converse with others. He had no choice but to continue the conversation awkwardly. He also took the chance to introduce Yu Qiqiao and Yu Yunxian. At this moment, a huge spacecraft appeared in the sky. It flew over quickly and stopped above the Cosmos Zone residential area. "It's here." Wang Ting was invigorated. He looked up. Yu Qiqiao, Borit, and Yu Yunxian looked over too. All freshmen, board the spacecraft. A voice came from the spacecraft. The cabin door opened. The instant he finished speaking, numerous figures soared into the sky and entered the huge spacecraft. "Let's go too," Wang Ting said and flew into the sky. Yu Qiqiao, Borit, and the others followed him and dashed into the spacecraft. After some time, all the freshmen entered the spacecraft. No one wanted to be left behind. The huge spacecraft didn't stop and headed straight for a mysterious place in the 7th Stellar Academy. Chapter 1675 Entering the Chaotic Uncharted. 1. In the spacecraft. It was a gathering of talents. The entire cohort of talents who entered the 7th Stellar Academy were present. Wang Ting scanned the crowd and saw many unfamiliar faces. These people should be the talents who reached the 7th Stellar Academy earlier than them. They didn't arrive on the same spacecraft as him, so he had never seen them before. The space inside the spacecraft was huge. It was a large spacecraft and could fit a few 100,000 people. This wasn't an exaggeration. A large spacecraft had this capacity. Actually, this was still considered small. There were many bigger spacecraft. Some large-sized spacecraft could even hold billions of people. It was unimaginable, but it existed in the universe. Thus, when these talented martial warriors stood in the spacecraft, it didn't appear crowded. Instead, it was relatively spacious. Suddenly, a figure entered his vision. Zhulongshan. It's him. Yu Qiqiao noticed Zhulongshan and whispered, "Ignore him. Let's see if he dares to look for me again." Wang Ting smiled calmly. At this moment, Zhulongshan also noticed Wang Ting. He glanced over with a gloomy expression, but he didn't come over. He just glanced at Wang Ting from afar before finding a seat and sitting down cross-legged. He was surrounded by the talented martial warriors who followed him in the past. Zhulongshan seemed to be their leader. Yes, even though Wang Ting cheated them of their points, they remained loyal to Zhulongshan. They probably didn't dare to blame Zhulongshan and blame Wang Ting instead. After all, he was the one who caused them to lose their points. Points were precious to a new student. This was a huge grudge. However, they didn't dare to provoke Wang Ting either. They had witnessed the battle between Wang Ting and Zhulongshan, and that had left a lasting impression on them. They had to admit that Wang Ting was powerful, enough to contend with Zhulongshan. Zhulongshan was the most powerful martial warrior in their Solar Dragon territorial domain. Thus, they could only wait for Zhulongshan to look for Wang Ting. Of course, the most important thing now was to advance to the Cosmos stage in the Uncharted. The rest would come later. You could say that this Uncharted was a great opportunity. Some people might not have a high ranking in the League of Talents, but they could still rise above others in the Stellar Academy and surpass other geniuses. This was the lethal attraction of the Uncharted. In the past, Many geniuses had entered the uncharted and gained unimaginable benefits, allowing them to rise strongly and even surpass the first-ranked genius in the League of Talents. They were all the cream of the crop. Some people just lacked an opportunity. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He placed his hands behind his back and cast an indifferent gaze over the crowd. Wang Ting's gaze fell upon the man standing at the forefront of the crowd. Though he was dressed in a simple white robe, there was an extraordinary aura about him. He was standing there, but he seemed to blend into the emptiness. He looked like a hologram. What made him even more peculiar was that, apart from his pair of dark red eyes, he had 2 additional eyes on each side of his cheeks. However, those 4 eyes were all currently closed. Everyone's gaze landed on the man unconsciously, especially the 4 eyes on the sides of his face. They were astounded. The man said nothing, but all the new students quietened. No one dared to make a sound. Eternal stage. This person was definitely an eternal stage martial warrior. He didn't emit any aura intentionally, but the pressure he exuded was like a towering mountain weighing heavily on the hearts of the onlookers. This was the pressure of a higher level of existence. Just like the devour nihility beast. The power of its bloodline was so powerful that normal universe behemoths couldn't threaten it at all. The principle was the same. Students. A stern voice came out of the man's mouth. A collective shudder ran through the crowd, stirring their spirits. The man in white only opened his mouth again when he noticed everyone's attention on him. The Uncharted is about to open. All of you will be entering the Uncharted. Hence, we will be launching the freshman leaderboard. All the new students will be on the ranking, so please do your best. The instant he finished speaking, everyone looked at the man in white in astonishment. Freshman leaderboard. This was a great opportunity for everyone. But, it was also a chance for competition. The freshman leaderboard was activated and all the freshmen were included, effectively initiating a competition where every new student would contend and be re-ranked. This competition would be exceptionally intense. Things will get interesting in the future, Yu Chiqiao muttered to herself. A flicker of astonishment flashed in their eyes. It's not just interesting, it's going to be explosive. Wang Ting shook his head and remarked. Wang Ting, you're powerful. Borit looked at Wang Ting and said. Wang Ting was stunned. His expression turned strange. What the hell? Was Borit praising him? He felt a little embarrassed to be complimented right after they met. Courtesy demanded reciprocity. Wang Ting felt that he should praise him too, so he said, yes, you're powerful too. Shall we have a duel? Borit asked. Okay. Wang Ting agreed readily. He was never afraid of duels. Yu Chiqiao glanced at Borit. This treant was no ordinary opponent. He dared to challenge Wang Ting. Did he know who Wang Ting was? If Borit knew and still challenged him, it meant that he was confident in himself. If he didn't know, he might suffer a huge blow. Wasn't he looking for trouble by challenging this pervert? However, she wouldn't say this out loud in case the other party accused her of looking down on him. Chapter 1676 Entering the Chaotic Uncharted. 2. After the man in white announced the start of the freshman leaderboard, he didn't speak anymore. He stood on the spot and closed his eyes to rest. The crowd glanced at the man in the white robe and then began whispering among themselves. Some distance away, Zhu Longshan glanced at Wang Teng and suddenly walked towards him. Wang Teng, the freshman leaderboard is now open. Let's see how much potential you, the talent who got on the star rankings, truly possess. Zhu Longshan stood in front of Wang Ting with his towering figure, looking down at him with contempt. The way Wang Ting had previously used the methods of the Academy's arbitration council had filled him with both anger and disdain. He regarded Wang Ting's actions as despicable and utterly shameless. To him, this was underhanded means. What does my ability have to do with you? Wang Teng replied calmly. If Zhu Longshan spoke to him nicely, he didn't mind returning the body of the solar dragon race to him. However, from the very beginning, the other party had assumed a condescending and domineering attitude, even using force to intimidate. He nearly hurt Yu Chiqiao too. If he were to obediently return the body of the solar dragon race, wouldn't it make him appear weak and easily disregarded? Wang Ting never pampered those who held themselves in high regard. Are you afraid? Zhu Longshan frowned and said with contempt. You can say whatever you want, but not everyone has the privilege to babble in front of me. If you want to see what I'm made of, weigh your own worth first, Wang Ting chuckled. You. Zhu Longshan was infuriated when he saw Wang Ting disregarding him. Flames of anger shot out of his eyes. Ha ha ha, Zhu Longshan, you have your moments too. A peal of laughter came from behind Zhu Longshan. Wu Yang. Zhu Longshan's expression turned uglier when he saw the person who came. He glared at the other party and said coldly, "This has nothing to do with you. Can't I just watch the show?" The person chuckled. The young man had long black hair, and his face bore intricate black patterns that resembled totems. He gave off an eerie aura. Wang Ting glanced at the other party, too lazy to be bothered. You must be Brother Wang Ting. I've heard a lot about you. Wu Yang didn't plan to let Wang Ting go. He leaned over and spoke to him politely. Who are you? Wang Ting asked. Wu Yang. He didn't expect Wang Ting to be so direct and not give him any face. Cough, it's normal that Brother Wang Ting doesn't know a nobody like me. I'm just one of the numerous talents in the Witch Tower territorial domain, quite ordinary compared to the likes of Brother Wang Ting, who has risen to the star rankings. Everyone knows you. Wu Yang coughed awkwardly and chuckled. What's the matter? Wang Ting ignored his compliments and asked calmly. Wu Yang's expression froze. What the hell? Shouldn't he give him some response after praising him so hard? Wang Ting appeared completely unaffected, leaving him feeling as if he had been given a cold shoulder. Temph, has someone who entered the star rankings. I don't think he cares about you, Zhu Longshan scoffed. Haha, Brother Wang Ting is a straightforward person. I like to make friends with straightforward people. Wu Yang's eyes flickered slightly. He laughed and continued, Brother Wang Ting, I don't like Zhu Longshan. Why don't we kill him together? Zhu Longshan's face turned black when he heard this. Wu Yang, don't go overboard. Brother Wang Ting, what do you think? Consider it. Wu Yang ignored Zhu Longshan and continued speaking to Wang Ting. Thank you, there's no need for that. If he provokes me, I can take care of him alone. Wang Ting glanced at him in surprise and shook his head. Wu Yang choked on Wang Ting's words. Take care of him alone. This fellow was a little arrogant. Even he didn't dare to say that he could take care of Zhu Longshan alone. Where did he get his guts from? Was he ignorant or confident? Impudent. Zhu Longshan was enraged by Wang Ting's words. This bastard was looking down on him. Well, since Brother Wang Ting is so confident, he'll be looking forward to it. Wu Yang's eyes flickered as he smiled with genuine interest. Wang Ting, you're quite something. It's been a long time since someone dared to underestimate me like this. We'll settle our matters in due time. You better pray that your ranking on the freshman leaderboard is higher than mine, or else your words just now will be nothing but a joke, Zhu Longshan said coldly before turning around and walking away. Wang Ting ignored his threat. He sat cross-legged on the ground and waited. Yu Chiqiao glanced at him but didn't say anything. She sat down cross-legged beside him and waited with closed eyes. Yu Yunxian was surprised. He didn't know how Wang Ting got into a conflict with the other party. The surrounding geniuses observed the spectacle with keen interest and engaged in discussions for a while. Wang Ting was extremely popular as he was a rising star who got on the star rankings. Wherever he went, he would become the center of attention. The fact that Zhu Long sought trouble with Wang Ting actually aligned with the desires of many people. They could sit back and watch the battle unfold, eager to witness the extent of Wang Ting's true strength. The man in white didn't open his eyes. He seemed unconcerned about the conflicts and competitions among the students. Approximately 10 minutes later, the spacecraft vibrated. Everyone stopped their conversation. Their gazes shimmered as they looked at the man in white. The man in white opened his dark red eyes and said, "We have reached the uncharted. Alight the spacecraft." Yes. Everyone replied hurriedly and flew out of the cabin door. Wang Ting, Yu Chiqiao, and the others followed the crowd. Chapter 1677 Entering the Chaotic Uncharted. 3. When everyone arrived outside, they were dumbstruck by the scene outside. This is. Wang Ting widened his eyes as he looked around him. Before him lay a vast expanse shrouded in a hazy grayness with no discernible boundaries in sight. Within that hazy expanse, colossal whirlpools slowly rotated, exuding a mesmerizing and awe-inspiring power that seemed capable of drawing everything into their depths. Wang Ting glanced at the whirlpools. His pupils narrowed. There was a figure sitting cross-legged in front of each whirlpool. They sat there like aged monks, devoid of any aura or presence. They showed no signs of vitality, to the extent that one could easily overlook them if they just cast a casual glance. Wang Ting activated his real eye, but he couldn't see their stages. Everything seemed to be sealed. He was appalled. These were definitely indomitable warriors, but he couldn't fathom their exact stages. The Stellar Academy's foundation was truly astonishing. It had many powerful martial warriors. "Where are we?" Yu Chiqiao scanned her surroundings and asked in a low voice. She was unable to hide the bewilderment in her eyes. "I don't know. This area is special. It seems to be isolated from the outside world." Wang Ting mused, surveying his surroundings. He noticed that the entire area was shrouded in a hazy grayness, with no indication of its location. There was no visible entrance either. He wondered how they came in. This is where the Uncharted is, and those whirlpools are the entrance to the Uncharted. The formidable martial warriors from the Academy used their great power to move these whirlpools here, the man in white explained. He wasn't explaining to Wang Ting alone. He was explaining to everyone. This was the question in everyone's mind. Gasp. Round Ball gasped. They used human power to transfer the entrances here? It's hard to imagine the magnitude of their power. Wang Ting and the others were flabbergasted too. They looked at the whirlpools, unable to imagine the immense strength they contained. "All right, prepare to enter the Uncharted." The man in white waved his hand and continued, "Do you see the stone plates at the side of the zones? The corresponding Uncharted zones are marked on them." Wang Ting and the others finally realized that this gray area was split into 4 main zones. They were segregated by the stone plates. There were whirlpools in every zone. There were only 5 whirlpools in the area marked Chaotic Uncharted. There were 16 whirlpools in the area marked Primordial Uncharted. There were 23 whirlpools in the area marked Cosmic Uncharted. And finally, there were only 12 whirlpools in the area marked Apocalyptic Uncharted. Wang Ting was surprised. He could understand why there weren't many whirlpools in the Chaotic Uncharted zone. After all, this type of Uncharted was rare. However, there were fewer Apocalyptic Uncharteds compared to Primordial Uncharteds. This was surprising. DS Vel. CM the man in white paused for a moment before continuing. "I'm sure you know that there are 4 types of Uncharted. They are the Chaotic Uncharted, the Primordial Uncharted, the Universe Uncharted, the Apocalyptic Uncharted, and the Apocalyptic Uncharted. It's shown on the stone plate. The top 10 in the League of Talents can enter the Primordial Uncharted. You can choose which whirlpool you want to enter. The top 500 in the League of Talents can enter the Uncharted Cosmic Uncharted. Similarly, you can choose your whirlpool. The 500-1000th place can enter the Apocalyptic Uncharted. You can choose your whirlpool too." A flicker of anticipation arose in the hearts of the crowd as they turned their gaze towards the whirlpools, each seeking their place of opportunity. Unfortunately, they couldn't see anything. You would only know what Uncharted was like after you entered it. Nothing could be seen on the surface. "Are the top 1000 martial warriors from the League of Talents here too?" Wang Ting glanced around and wondered to himself. Wang Ting didn't know the martial warriors well as he didn't interact much with them. However, he saw a few familiar faces. He wondered if they were the talented martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire. But soon, he shifted his attention back to himself. At first, he hoped that he could enter the Chaotic Uncharted. It looked like he didn't have the chance. He could only enter the Primordial Uncharted like the other top 10 martial warriors. It was a pity, but the Primordial Uncharted wasn't bad. It all depended on what opportunities he could find inside. As he was deep in thought, the man in white suddenly looked at Wang Ting and spoke to him. Wang Ting, you have entered the star rankings, so the Academy has decided to allow you to enter the chaotic Uncharted. Wang Ting was momentarily stunned. Then, a surge of joy welled up within him. Every cloud has a silver lining. He thought all hope was lost, but another twist unfolded in the end. Seriously, can't this man in white finish his sentence at once? He made him feel disappointed for a moment. The others were shocked too. They looked at Wang Ting in envy. The chaotic Uncharted. Wang Ting was indeed the only special person in this batch. Many gazes of many talents flickered as they looked at Wang Ting with a hint of inexplicable meaning in their eyes. Zhu Longshan looked at Wang Ting with a gloomy expression. Just moments ago, he was warning Wang Ting not to fall behind him in the rankings, but little did he know that he had already won the race even before entering the Uncharted. This slap in the face came a little too quickly. Chaotic Uncharted. Yu Qiqiao looked at Wang Ting enviously. Even someone like Yu Yunxian looked at Wang Ting with a complicated gaze. These events seemed to serve as a repeated reminder to him that he had lost to Wang Ting, who proved to be even more outstanding and remarkable than himself. Star rankings. Even he had never thought of entering the star rankings before the League of Talents. But Wang Ting did it. He was unable to deny Wang Ting's remarkable abilities. The benefits brought by the star rankings were gradually manifesting, placing Wang Ting ahead of everyone else. You only have 3 months. Make use of the time and don't waste this chance. The man in white waved his hand. Go. Yes. All the talented martial warriors shot out and dashed towards their chosen whirlpool. They were afraid that someone would beat them to it if they were a step too late. Wang Ting, I'll leave first, Yu Qiqiao said. All right. Wang Ting nodded. He looked at the 5 whirlpools and chose one randomly. He flew towards the one in the middle. The man in white's gaze landed on Wang Ting's back. He watched Wang Ting until he entered the chaotic Uncharted whirlpool before disappearing on the spot. Chapter 1678 The Land of Arduous Cultivation. Boom. The instant Wang Ting leaped into the whirlpool, his mind suddenly jolted, overwhelmed by waves of intense throbbing and pain. It felt extremely uncomfortable. It felt as if the whirlpool had manifested inside his head, fiercely spinning and churning, causing his world to spin in a dizzying whirlwind. Wang Ting tried his best to open his eyes, but he couldn't see his surroundings clearly. Uncharted passageway, time distortion, the introduction of the uncharted file, appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Continue moving forward and pass this passageway quickly. An ancient voice resonated beside Wang Ting's ear. Yes. Startled, Wang Ting's mind suddenly cleared, no longer hindered by the whirlpool's influence. Without further delay, he swiftly accelerated and rushed towards the passage ahead. He activated his real eye and scanned his surroundings, observing the passageway leading to the Uncharted. To Wang Ting, the Uncharted was unfamiliar. Even if it was just a passageway, there were many things worthy of his attention. Also, based on his experience, the more peculiar the place, the greater the potential for benefits to be obtained. Especially to Wang Ting. Other people might not gain any benefits from this passageway, but Wang Ting had the chance. As expected, after proceeding for some distance, Wang Ting's eyes lit up. A few attribute bubbles appeared at the side of the passageway. Wang Ting flew over and swept it over with his spiritual power. He picked them up. Time *50 time *75 space *480 space *600 space *550 as expected, its time and space attribute. Wang Ting was elated. He guessed that there might be time and space attributes here after recalling the introduction in the Uncharted file. Generally, the more chaotic the space, the easier it was for attribute bubbles to appear. Reality proved that it was true. What's more, he picked up more attributes here compared to the Void Torrent Belt. Wang Ting dashed forward and realized that this passageway was very long. He wouldn't be able to cross it in a short time. Fortunately, attribute bubbles would appear occasionally along the way, so Wang Ting didn't get tired of it. To others, Passing through this passageway was just a hurried journey. However, to Wang Teng, this was the opening of great opportunities. Collect. Wang Teng immediately picked up the attribute bubbles when he saw them. He didn't miss a single one. Time *60 time *50 space *500 space *600. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, allowing his time and space attributes to increase exponentially. Amazing. So this is the uncharted passageway. Time and space are distorted, so I can't sense the normal state of time and space anymore. Round Ball's excited voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It didn't seem to be affected by the chaos. Wang Teng might have regained his consciousness, but he still had to exert all his spiritual power. The 9 Treasures Pagoda radiated a brilliant light, stabilizing his sea of consciousness, and allowing him to resist the disorienting sensations. He didn't dare to waste any time. He was too lazy to speak to Round Ball, so he quickly picked up the attribute bubbles and left the passageway. After some time, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of them. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He dashed out immediately. In an instant, the disorienting sensation vanished, leaving Wang Teng feeling a sense of relief. The flow of his spiritual power gradually stabilized, and the 9 Treasures Pagoda settled deep within his sea of consciousness. Sigh. Wang Teng let out a small sigh and glanced at the attributes board. Time, 1250 10,000 Space Physique, 112004000000. 4th rank, the time and space physique attributes increased tremendously. Wang Teng's grasp of them raised significantly. He was satisfied with his gains. After all, this was just the start. The future would bring even better results after making a good start. Wang Teng was looking forward to it. He finally looked around him and was stunned. All around him was a void of chaos that was incredibly dim. Chaotic currents swirled and floated everywhere. In the distance, cracks emerged within the chaos, sometimes tearing open and other times sealing shut. Mysterious and intricate runes flickered in and out within the chaos. These small and enigmatic symbols seemed to form chains, interconnecting and entwining the cracks within the chaos. Countless chains of runic symbols were connected, forming a vast web that enveloped the heavens and earth. They continued to spread and proliferate within the chaos as if weaving the fabric of this realm. What is this? Wang Teng was thunderstruck when he saw this scene. Chaotic Uncharted. This was the Chaotic Uncharted. The boundless chaos and the intermittent glimpses of the chains of rules of heaven and earth were beyond comprehension. Even though Wang Teng had read the Uncharted file, seeing it firsthand made him realize the sheer incredibility of it all. It was impossible to accurately express in words. All language and vocabulary seemed empty and tasteless, and being able to describe even a fraction of its true meaning would be quite remarkable. This is marvelous! Round Ball exclaimed, unable to contain itself as it appeared and gazed at the chaotic scenery before it. Being able to enter the Chaotic Uncharted is a lifetime achievement for me. I'll have bragging rights when I go out. I can die in peace now. Die in peace. Wang Teng glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. Cough, that's not it. I want to stay alive and enjoy the more experienced. Round Ball coughed awkwardly. Useless. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Hurry up and go back. Don't let others see you. All right. Round Ball knew that it was a little reckless this time, so it hurriedly disappeared. However, its voice still rang in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng, look at those dimensional rifts. They are interwoven with profound heaven and earth runic chains. They are the manifestation of the outward expression of the rules of the heavens and earth. They cannot be seen in the universe outside. Universe stage martial warriors will definitely be able to grasp the power of origin quickly if they cultivate here. The universe we are in is too perfect. The fundamental laws remain hidden, unable to manifest outwardly, and invisible to the naked eye. That is why martial warriors can only gradually comprehend them through deep enlightenment. But it's different here. You can see the laws of origin with your naked eye. These laws of origin are perfectly intertwined together. Everything is encompassed within it, including the formation and evolution of the universe and the operation of the laws. That's why it is much easier to attain enlightenment here. That's why the slots for the chaotic uncharted are so precious. You only have 3 months. You must seize the opportunity. Round Ball persuaded him earnestly. I know. Wang Ting scanned the chaos and dimensional rifts in front of him and nodded. Now, he knew why there were no images or videos of Uncharted. Because images and videos were useless. These origin laws couldn't be conveyed through these mediums. One needed to see and comprehend them personally. Then, he looked down. Behind him was the whirlpool he came from. Below him floated a massive island suspended within the void and chaos. Based on the Uncharted file, this island was the transit hub for the chaotic Uncharted. Any students who came here could stay on the island. Every Uncharted had an island like this. This was formed by the powerful martial warriors in the academy. At the universe stage, one's own body formed a realm. The martial warrior could create an entire planet if he wanted to, much less an island. This was his first time in the chaotic Uncharted, so Wang Ting naturally went to the island first. Wang Ting didn't hesitate. He moved his body and soared towards the island below. He seemed to be very close to the island below, but after flying over, he realized that the island was actually very far away. It was hard to predict the distance accurately. Wang Ting could only take out his spacecraft and fly towards the island. As he approached closer, the complete appearance of the island gradually became clear. Wang Ting's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized its extraordinary enormity. Its diameter seemed to rival that of an entire planet. When the spacecraft approached the island, a ray of light flew out from the island and landed in front of the spacecraft. This was a young man wearing a grey-white long gown. He stood in front of the spacecraft with his hands behind his back. There was the symbol of the Academy's Arbitration Association on his grey-white gown. Wang Ting had a sudden thought. He flew out of the spacecraft and arrived in front of the other party. Wang Ting activated his real eye and saw the other party's ability. This was probably a universe stage martial warrior, a staff of the Academy's Arbitration Association. At the same time, the guide of this island. The young man in a grey gown asked calmly, "Are you a freshman?" "It's the Academy Arbitration Association again." Wang Ting was surprised. They seemed to be present everywhere, even within the chaotic Uncharted. Moreover, the other party was the guardian of this island. It looked like his identity was far from ordinary. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Ting nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm a freshman. This is my first time in the chaotic Uncharted." "A freshman can come to the chaotic Uncharted?" The guide sized up Wang Ting and asked, "What's your name?" "Wang Ting." Wang Ting frowned, but he still gave his name. "Follow me." The guide nodded in deep thought. He didn't probe further and turned to fly towards the island. Wang Ting followed him immediately. "This island doesn't have a name." "It's a transit hub, so many students call it a transit island." The guide started introducing the place as he led the way. Transit Island. Wang Ting muttered to himself. He felt speechless. What a simple name. The island was enveloped in a light shield, resembling a gigantic bubble. The guide took out a token, gave it a wave, and effortlessly led Wang Ting into the island without any hindrance. Then, he threw the token in his hand to Wang Ting and said, "This token is the access token. You can use it after dripping a drop of blood on it. You can take it with you when you leave. It will make it easier for you to use it the next time you enter. However, you will need a large number of points and certain conditions to enter the chaotic Uncharted. I wonder if you can come in again next time." He gave Wang Ting a meaningful look. Wang Ting understood. He kept the token carefully. The two of them passed through the defense shield and entered the interior of the island. Wang Ting glanced around and noticed that the island resembled a massive fortress, with buildings scattered all over. However, they were far from extravagant. Instead, they appeared incredibly simple. All the structures were made of stone, rough and unadorned when viewed from the outside. "This is a place of cultivation, not enjoyment," the guide said calmly. He seemed to have noticed Wang Ting's gaze. "This looks like a place for arduous cultivation," Wang Ting wondered to himself. Chapter 1679 Three Dangers of Chaos. Wang Teng and the guide landed on the streets of the buildings on the island. The buildings around him came into sharper focus, and it truly resembled a place just for cultivation. Everything here was so simple and austere. Many people were sitting cross-legged on the roofs of the stone houses. They had varied appearances. Some had scales, others with horns, and a few even had a single eye on their foreheads. Each one of them was unique and bizarre in their own way. There were many universe races gathered on this island. These individuals were seated cross-legged on the rooftops, seemingly engrossed in deep contemplation. Some had their eyes closed, while others gazed up at the sky. They gave off a powerful aura, and most of them were at the universe stage and above. Heaven stage martial warriors were rare. There were also many eternal stage martial warriors. However, their aura seemed to be confined within the stone houses and didn't get released. This island has a long history. It has existed since the founding of the academy, the guide said. It existed since the founding of the academy. Wang Teng was astounded. The history of the academy seemed to be shrouded in mystery. No one knew exactly how far back it dated. The history of the 7 stellar academies is incredibly long, the guide explained. Apart from a few reclusive and exceptionally powerful beings, or individuals with special status, I think no one knows when they appeared or who founded them, the guide explained. Wang Teng nodded. He had heard such statements many times. After coming to the stellar academies, he was even more convinced of its profound mystery and ancient origins. If those who had stayed in the academy for a long time didn't know about it, outsiders wouldn't know anything either. These stone houses are unoccupied as long as their protective shields are not activated. You are free to choose any of them for your residence. The guide pointed at a stone house that hadn't been activated. All right, Wang Teng replied. This was similar to his mansion in the outside world. As long as no one lived here, he could stay here. The academy was very casual when it came to lodging. However, compared to the outside, the dwellings inside were indeed modest. Wang Teng didn't need to step inside to know that these stone houses only had basic facilities. This is just a transit station. There's nothing worth paying attention to, so you don't have to waste time here. The guide said, the opportunities of the chaotic uncharted lie beyond the islands, within the realms of chaos. It is there that you can contemplate and comprehend within the islands, just like the seniors. He pointed at the powerful martial warriors who were in the midst of enlightenment. If you're confident, you can go out and take a look. However, you're too weak, so I won't recommend that. You should stay on the island obediently for 3 months before leaving the chaotic uncharted. I don't know what the academy is thinking. How can they let a freshman like you enter the chaotic uncharted? Wang Teng listened to him attentively. His words weren't pleasant to hear, but they were the truth. In the uncharted file, it was mentioned that the area beyond the islands was highly dangerous. Even some eternal stage powerhouses might perish if they venture outside. What's more, if he went out of the island, he might not be able to come back in time. The academy only gave him 3 months. They probably wanted him to stay on the island to gain enlightenment. But Wang Teng had always been one to defy conventions. Now that he finally had the opportunity to enter, he didn't want to confine himself to staying within the islands. What's more, he saw attribute bubbles in the chaotic zones outside. He was a distance away, but he could see the attribute bubbles with his eyesight. It would be a shame not to seize this opportunity and make the most of it. Of course, he wouldn't rush out like an idiot. He needed to make preparations. What dangers are there outside? Wang Teng asked. There are 3 types of dangers. The first is dimensional rifts. As the heavens and earth are in a state of chaos, dimensional rifts can appear unpredictably without any discernible pattern. For a low-stage warrior like you, they pose a significant threat, the guide said. Dimensional rift. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. They shouldn't be a threat to me. The second danger is the existence of creatures known as chaotic beasts. They are formed by condensing chaotic energy and have spontaneously become a living creature due to the unique nature of the chaotic realm. They exhibit various forms and possess varying levels of strength. Some are equivalent to the planetary stage, the celestial stage, and even the cosmos stage. Others are equivalent to the heaven stage, the universe stage, and even the eternal stage. Hence, they are very dangerous. Don't underestimate these planetary stage or celestial stage chaotic beasts. They are abundant in numbers and possess peculiar abilities. If you're not careful, even if you enter the stellar academies and can fight beyond your ranks, you will still die here. The guide seemed to have seen through Wang Ting's plan and replied to him calmly. If you want to leave the island, no one will stop you. However, you should stay within 3,000 kilometers of the island. Powerful martial warriors from the academy will clear this area regularly to ensure the proper functioning of the transfer islands. Thus, the chaotic beasts in this region are generally below the cosmos stage and relatively less dangerous. Thank you for your reminder. Wang Ting thanked him hurriedly. There's no need for that. I just don't want to witness a promising freshman meet his end here, the guide said dismissively, waving his hand. Mister, what's the third danger? Wang Ting asked. The third danger is as dangerous as the chaotic beasts. It's called the chaotic forbidden ground, the guide said. Chaotic forbidden ground. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Anything referred to as a forbidden ground wasn't a good place to be. The forbidden areas on the battle planet were all extremely dangerous. If he wasn't strong enough, he might not have been able to pass the competition unscathed. The great lightning monster and the oceanic unicorn whale were terrifying presences in forbidden areas. Normal celestial realm martial warriors would have a slim chance of survival if they met them. The chaotic forbidden grounds are perilous places born from within the chaos. Once you enter, you might not be able to escape, the guide explained. You must have heard that the uncharted holds many opportunities, haven't you? Yes. Wang Ting nodded. He asked humbly, is there a meaning behind this? The chaotic forbidden grounds are precisely where these opportunities lie. It depends on whether you have the ability to seize them, the guide smirked, his lips curling slightly as he spoke. Wang Ting cursed in his heart. The uncharted file didn't explain clearly. It merely mentioned that opportunities came with dangers, but it did not explicitly specify the extent of these dangers. To think he even wanted to find them. If he knew that the opportunities were in the chaotic forbidden grounds, he wouldn't even think about it. While Wang Ting was eager to explore beyond the islands, his priority was to ensure his safety. He intended to venture out cautiously to collect attribute bubbles and to closely comprehend various fundamental laws. That was his sole purpose. He wasn't arrogant enough to touch the chaotic forbidden grounds. Honestly, the uncharted file only cost him a few points. Why would anyone include such crucial information inside? Wang Ting felt frustrated. He looked at the expression of the guide and felt even more frustrated. He felt that the other party was mocking him. This guide seemed a little evil. What dangers are there in the chaotic forbidden grounds? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. The dangers are unpredictable. It could be the appearance of chaotic beasts or treacherous situations. Everything is uncertain, the guide said impatiently. All right, I've said all I needed to. My task is completed. The rest is up to you. He turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of Wang Ting. TSK, this guide doesn't seem easy to talk to, but he did provide you with all the necessary information. His words are worth quite a few points. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Another arrogant fellow. Wang Ting shook his head. Why did I say another? Round Ball smiled secretly. It asked, are you planning to get out of the island? Of course. I've come all this way. I definitely want to explore the outside. Who knows when I'll have another chance to come in again? Wang Ting replied. Be careful. Round Ball no longer tried to persuade Wang Ting. It knew it couldn't change Wang Ting's mind, and besides, it was also curious to see what the chaotic uncharted truly looked like. Wang Ting glanced around him and found an empty stone house. He walked inside, and the protective shield of the stone house automatically activated. It was remarkably user-friendly. He walked into the house to take a look. His speculation was right. The furnishings inside were extremely simple. There were only 3 rooms, a bathroom, a bedroom, and a cultivation room. There was nothing more than that. Wang Ting walked to the roof. He wanted to experience the cultivation ground those formidable martial warriors were using. Huh! Wang Ting walked to the roof and exclaimed in surprise. There were attribute bubbles here. Originally, he had thought it was just an ordinary rooftop that was convenient for gazing at the manifestation of the laws of origin in the sky. However, he unexpectedly obtained a surprise gain. Wang Ting immediately picked up the attribute bubbles. Origin of wood *10 wood domain *50 origin of wood *10 The 3 attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. 2 were the origin of wood and 1 was the wood domain. There weren't many attributes, but they were all useful for Wang Teng. Wang Teng suddenly felt a hint of insight into the wood domain and a glimpse of understanding into the origin of wood forming in his mind. It had been a while since these 2 attributes rose in value. In the League of Talents, no one could surpass him in terms of wood domain and origin of wood. Hence, he wasn't able to gain new enlightenment. But, at this moment, the attribute bubbles he received on the roof allowed his understanding of the wood domain and the origin of wood to rise. This feeling was amazing. Why are there attribute bubbles here? Wang Teng was puzzled after absorbing the attribute bubbles. Soon, he noticed the source of the issue. On the floor where the attribute bubbles were forming, he discovered some engravings and patterns. They seemed ancient, emanating unique and subtle energy. I see. Wang Teng was enlightened. This is the enlightenment left behind by our predecessors. Chapter 1680 Only those who exploited other martial warriors before would know its true pleasure. 1. Wang Teng walked to the roof of the stone house and reached out to touch the traces left behind by those who came before him. With his talent, he could sense something even without picking up attributes. He sat down cross-legged directly, preparing to delve into enlightenment. Besides the messy marks on the ground, there were also some marks on the fences. To the freshman, this was a place suitable for enlightenment. These traces might be left by universe-level martial warriors or eternal stage martial warriors. They would be of great help to future generations. Even if it was just a small fragment of enlightenment they left behind, it was enough to provide inspiration to others. Even the senior students would benefit greatly here. Was the guide lying when he said that there were no opportunities on the island? Wang Teng wondered. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other person, but they were still strangers after all. Who knew if the other person would deceive or trick him? Maybe he didn't remind you because he thinks that you will see the traces once you enter the stone house, Roundball guessed. Maybe. Wang Teng didn't think too much. He planned to tour the island and familiarize himself with it first. If the guide told him, it was out of friendship. If he didn't, there was nothing wrong with that either. Very soon, he started his cultivation. When attribute bubbles appeared on the ground again, Wang Ting picked them up. Origin of wood *5 Origin of wood *5 Wood domain *20 There are even fewer attributes than before. Wang Ting frowned as he tried to find the reason. It seems that the appearance of attribute bubbles here is not unlimited. The enlightenment left behind by those traces is constantly being depleted, resulting in fewer attribute bubbles over time. He cultivated while waiting for the attribute bubbles to appear. After waiting for a while longer and seeing no more attribute bubbles appearing, Wang Ting stood up directly and left the stone house without any hesitation. There were many stone houses here. If there were no more attribute bubbles in this stone house, he could go to the next one. He walked out of the stone house and took a look around. He noticed an adjacent vacant stone house and immediately walked inside. He went straight to the rooftop. As expected, Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he saw the roof. Collect. Origin of metal *10 Origin of metal *10 Metal domain *40 Metal domain *20 Origin of metal and metal domain. Wang Teng was elated. This place seems to be filled with domains or the power of origin. That makes sense, only universe stage martial warriors and above can leave behind their enlightenment. If it were enlightenment left by the heaven stage, they would likely dissipate within a short period and not remain for too long. This involved the preservation time for one's enlightenment. Normally, the enlightenment left by a heaven stage martial warrior would only last for a few decades. The universe stage and the eternal stage were different. Enlightenment left by universe stage martial warriors could last for a few hundred or even thousands of years, while that of an eternal stage martial warrior could last for more than 10,000 years. Indeed, this was because the enlightenment they left on the rooftops was often impromptu. Sometimes, they might have simply been struck by inspiration and left a trace behind on the rooftop. That was why there was a limited preservation time. If they deliberately wanted to leave behind a certain legacy, even a heaven stage martial warrior's enlightenment could last for a few thousand years. In the outside world, a heaven stage martial warrior was like an overlord. He wasn't a nobody. Wang Teng waited on the roof of this stone house for some time and picked up another round of attribute bubbles. Then, he continued to the next stone house. He felt that this was a treasure trove for him. There were attribute bubbles to pick up in every stone house. What's more, every pickup was different. Just like opening a treasure box, the first stone house has the origin of wood and wood domain attributes, while the second stone house gave him the origin of metal and metal domain. This was a pleasant surprise. He went to the stone houses one by one and collected many attribute bubbles. Although the number of attributes was not abundant, each one was a genuine gain. Due to the large number of stone houses, Wang Teng increased his pace. He spent no more than 3 minutes in each stone house to avoid delaying his search for attribute bubbles in other houses. He could use his spiritual power, but there were too many powerful martial warriors here. If he used his spiritual power, he would offend others easily. Hence, he had to physically move from one stone house to another. It was a little troublesome, but it was safe. However, his actions still attracted the attention of many powerful martial warriors. Some people looked at him in surprise. What was this fellow doing? He was visiting the stone houses one by one. Was he planning to pick one that was comfortable? However, it seemed that he wasn't concerned about that either, because he didn't linger inside the houses. After entering each stone house, he immediately went to the rooftop. Was it because of the traces? Many people immediately thought of something, but they found it strange. Even if it was for the enlightenment, he wouldn't be able to understand anything after staying in each stone house for less than 3 minutes. Was he playing? In the sky, there was a floating stone platform. Several figures dressed in grey-white robes were sitting cross-legged on the platform. They frowned as they looked down at Wang Teng below. These were the guides. Their mission was to guard this island. Once a newbie came, they would welcome him. Of course, their responsibility wasn't just to guide them. They also had to maintain the order of the transit island to prevent any chaos. After all, they represented the Academy's arbitration association and had the responsibility and obligation to oversee the Academy students. Chapter 1681. Only those who exploited other martial warriors before would know its true pleasure. 2. Ji Chunfei, what's the new student you welcomed doing? A guide asked curiously. I don't know. Ji Chunfei, the one who guided Wang Teng, shook his head with an exasperated expression. This fellow is a little unconventional. Another guide smiled and said. Ji Chunfei, why don't you go down and take a look? If he continues fooling around, he might make some seniors unhappy, a guide persuaded him. Ji Chunfei kept quiet. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the stone platform. Wang Ting was speeding through the streets, happily thinking about the attributes he had just collected. However, his gaze swept around the surroundings and he thought to himself, all the stone houses in this area are occupied. It seems I'll have to go a little further to find an empty one. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Mr. Wang Ting stopped. What are you doing? Ji Chunfei asked with a stern face. Why does he look a little angry? Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Ting's mind. You don't have to remind me. I can tell. Wang Ting was speechless. He looked at the guide and started spouting nonsense. Strolling around. Strolling around? Ji Chunfei didn't believe this nonsense. Yes, that's right. "I'm just strolling around and admiring the scenery of this transit island," Wang Teng declared confidently. "What scenery is there here?" Ji Shenfei's face darkened slightly. "If you're here to enjoy the scenery, why do you need to enter every single stone house?" There is still scenery here. As a guide, you've been here for a long time, so maybe you don't feel it, but as a newcomer, everything I see is scenery." Wang Teng started to make up stories. "As for why I go up to the roof, it's simply because each roof offers a different view. If I want to see it thoroughly," Wang Teng explained confidently. "Senior, haven't you taken a careful moment to appreciate it?" Wang Teng pointed to those roofs and said, "Stand on those rooftops and close your eyes. It's as if you're immersed in the realms of the indomitable warriors in the past. It's like being there in person. You can better understand the emotions and state of mind of those formidable individuals from before. Everyone's state of mind is different. Only by grasping their mindset at that time can we better comprehend the insights they left behind," Wang Teng emphasized. Ji Chunfei was stunned. He started to get suspicious. Was that really the case? Would standing on the roof and understanding their state of mind truly help in comprehending the enlightenment those formidable warriors left behind? It made sense. Should he find a chance to try it next time? In the past, he had chosen the dwelling left behind by a particular powerful martial warrior, but he had been unable to comprehend the enlightenment left behind by that individual. Was it because he didn't understand the other party's state of mind? Oh right. Just strolling around without disturbing others' cultivation shouldn't be considered a violation of the Academy's rules, right? Wang Teng asked. That's true. Ji Chunfei hesitated before answering. That's good to hear. I was worried about disturbing my senior's cultivation. That would have been a big offense on my part. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief and cautiously asked, "So, can I continue strolling around?" "Go ahead. Try not to disturb the others." Ji Chunfei waved his hand. "All right, no problem. I promise that I won't affect anyone," Wang Ting swore immediately. Ji Chunfei stumbled back to the stone platform where the others were and noticed that they were looking at him with strange expressions on their faces. "Ji Chunfei, you must have been fooled," someone said. "Fooled? Don't you think he makes sense?" Ji Chunfei asked. "Understand the state of mind?" A few guides fell into contemplation. Come to think of it, it could be a method of attaining enlightenment. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. We can at least give it a try, someone said. "Haha, I asked you to persuade him but you ended up being persuaded instead." The guide who had previously tasked Ji Chunfei with convincing Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, this fellow is interesting." The other guides laughed. Even Ji Chunfei burst out laughing. On the streets of the island, Wang Teng continued his pursuit of collecting attributes. He felt that the guides didn't seem particularly clever. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to deceive him. State of mind? If you can grasp the enlightenment left by your predecessors by experiencing the state of mind, why do you need to cultivate? Wang Ting, I senti this a little inappropriate. Round Ball was speechless. Well, it's not that I'm being dishonest. If the other party truly experiences a certain state of mind and has a sudden enlightenment, then the credit would be mine. They should be grateful to me, Wang Tang remarked. Haha, how lucky do they have to be to understand the so-called state of mind? Round Ball sniggered. That's up to them. I just wish they don't bother me, Wang Tang said. Anyway, what are you trying to accomplish? Are you planning to inspect every single stone house? Round Ball asked, looking puzzled. Of course. Wang Tang nodded. The enlightenment of my predecessors is left in these stone houses. It will be of great help to me. What do you think you'll understand after staying for 3 minutes? Round Ball was speechless. You don't understand. With my talent, comprehending this enlightenment is a matter of minutes, Wang Teng replied confidently. Do you think he'll believe you? Round Ball kept quiet after it finished speaking. It was obvious that Wang Ting didn't want to tell his real intention. This was infuriating. Chapter 1682. Only those who exploited other martial warriors before would know its true pleasure. 3. This fellow didn't even tell it. He didn't treat it as one of his own. Wang Teng smiled, not saying anything further. He walked into an empty stone house and made his way directly to the rooftop. This location was already close to the center of the island, and empty stone houses were scarce. He took much effort to find one. Heh! Wang Teng was stunned when he saw the attribute bubbles on the roof. That's quite a lot. More than 10 attribute bubbles were floating on the roof. This was more than any of the previous stone houses. Wang Teng immediately picked them up. Origin of space *10 origin of space *15 origin of space *12 space domain *100 space domain *80. It's the origin of space and space domain. Wang Teng was surprised and elated. Not only were there more attribute bubbles, but the attribute inside was also scarce too. These were 2 attributes Wang Teng didn't have. All the attribute bubbles, more than a dozen of them, merged into Wang Teng's mind, transforming into profound enlightenment about space. They blended with his memories, becoming an integral part of him. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to comprehend and digest the information. This time, he only opened his eyes gradually after 3 hours. A sharp glint shot out from the depth of his eyes. By now, he had completely absorbed the enlightenment brought by the attribute bubbles, and he even took the opportunity to further comprehend the traces of space enlightenment left in the surroundings. The combined effect was even better. I see. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. This feeling was amazing. His gains this time were truly immense. Both the origin of space and the space domain were aspects he had never comprehended before. It felt amazing to receive them all at once. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board. Space domain, 801,000, first rank, origin of space, 230,10,000, first rank. Both attributes had reached the first rank, especially the space domain. It was only 200 points away from the second rank. There weren't many origin of space attributes and it required 10,000 points to break through to the second rank. It was much more difficult than the space domain. Wang Teng waited to see if there would be more attribute bubbles, but there weren't. In the past 3 hours, he had already picked up 3 waves of attribute bubbles. There shouldn't be any more attribute bubbles now. At least for the time being, there wouldn't be any more attribute bubbles. Wang Teng got up and left the stone house. He made a note of the location of this stone house. He intended to come back and check for any attribute bubbles when he had the chance. Space attributes were rare and encountering them was a rare opportunity. When it comes to such valuable resources, it's only natural to make the most of them and not let a single one of them slip away. Wang Teng was elated as he walked along the streets. This place was truly a land of opportunities for him. In just half a day, he had already collected space-related attribute bubbles. This was a huge gain. He didn't plan to leave the transit island today. He was determined to go through every single stone house on the island. It would be a shame to let this opportunity slip by without taking advantage of it. Unfortunately, for the next 2 hours, he didn't meet any more special attributes. They were all the 5 basic element domains and origins. There were many special force attributes. Wang Teng wasn't discouraged. Even if it was attributes related to the 5 basic elements, he still enjoyed picking them up. After all, these were the enlightenment of powerful martial warriors. Other people would need a few months or even a few years to comprehend them, but he picked up so many in one day. What could be more satisfying than this? Fortunately, there were many stone houses here. Even if many of them were occupied by his seniors, he knew that one day would not be enough to go through them all. This was the most exciting part. No one knew what attribute bubbles lay inside a stone house he hadn't touched. Maybe some special attribute bubbles would appear in the stone houses that he hadn't collected. With this mindset, Wang Teng continued his search, going from one stone house to another. If he came across attribute bubbles related to the 5 basic elements, he would collect them without hesitation happily. And if he encountered attribute bubbles of a special nature, it would make him even happier as he picked them up. Either way, he was happy. After all, He was the only one who knew how fun it was to get attribute bubbles for free. Anyone who experienced it would enjoy it. Wang Teng showed no intention of resting even as night fell. He continued picking up attribute bubbles. The guide had nothing else to do and there were no freshmen arriving in the chaotic uncharted, so they directed their attention towards Wang Teng. Since they had no one else to guide, they observed his actions intently. All the guides were puzzled. When would he be done? If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't disturbed the cultivation of the seniors, they would have been tempted to drag him out and prevent him from making a fool of himself on the island. At the same time, many seniors who were cultivating at the top of the stone house noticed Wang Teng's puzzling actions. After observing him for a while, they lost interest and no longer paid attention to him. Their cultivation time in the chaotic uncharted was limited. Every second was worth numerous points. They mustn't waste it. Wang Teng didn't care about other people's opinions. Nothing was more important than picking up attribute bubbles. He entered a stone house and climbed to the rooftop. He noticed several traces resembling thunderbolts. A few attribute bubbles were floating above the marks. He got excited and immediately picked up the attribute bubbles. Origin of lightning *15 Origin of lightning *20. Chapter 1683. Only those who exploited other martial warriors before would know its true pleasure. 4. Lightning Domain *200 Lightning Domain *250. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, he immediately gained insights into the origin of lightning and the lightning domain. He already possessed the lightning domain, which was at the 4th rank. Although the increase in attributes was only a few hundred points, it unexpectedly enhanced his lightning domain. This meant that the martial warrior who left his enlightenment here was definitely above the heaven stage. His domain must have exceeded the 4th rank. Wang Teng instilled the enlightenment of the lightning domain into his lightning spear domain, causing it to improve greatly. Of course, the origin of lightning was more important. This was the first time Wang Teng received the origin of lightning. It was an unexpected gain. Wang Teng stayed on the roof for another half an hour and picked up 3 rounds of attribute bubbles. His origin of lightning increased tremendously. Origin of lightning, 180-10,000, 1st rank. Although it was just the 1st rank, it was still a starting point. Whether or not there was any enlightenment involved was a different matter altogether. Wang Teng could use his origin of lightning now. He left the small building and continued picking up attribute bubbles. Time passed slowly. By the next morning, Wang Teng had explored every vacant stone house. He didn't miss a single attribute bubble that he could collect. The gains were sizable. First, his 5 elements domains rose tremendously. Some even broke through their original rank. For instance, Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain, 205,000, 5th rank. The Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain was a combination of the Fire Domain, the Earth Domain, and the Magnetic Domain. As Wang Teng's Fire Domain and the Earth Domain rose, this domain rose too. It went from the 4th rank to the 5th rank. There was also the Netherworld Domain. The Netherworld Domain was a combination of the Sea Gravity Domain, the Water of Netherworld, and the Water Lunar Domain. Now that the Water Domain had increased, all domains related to the Water Domain increased too. Hence, the Netherworld Domain increased. Unfortunately, the Netherworld Domain was still at the 4th rank and didn't break through. Netherworld Domain, 3204,000, 4th rank. Furthermore, the 5-element sword domain Wang Teng comprehended in the sword rain planes also experienced an improvement. When he first grasped it, the 5-element sword domain was only at the 3rd rank. Now, it was at the 4th rank and its power had increased tremendously. Mind you, a 4th rank domain was extremely powerful among the celestial stage martial warriors. Even some normal martial warriors who just reached the heaven stage might not be able to grasp a 4th rank domain. Only the top talents had the ability to grasp domains at the celestial stage. Even in the stellar academies, there weren't many students who could grasp a 4th rank domain at the celestial stage. 5-element sword domain, 1204,000, 4th rank. As for the other special forces, besides the lightning force and the space force, Wang Teng also received the wind and ice domains and their origin attributes. However, The ranks of these two domains didn't increase. They were still at the fourth rank. Of the two origins, the origin of wind remained at the first rank. And the origin of ice was new. He just received it. Origin of wind, 510,000, first rank. Origin of ice, 220,000, first rank. Wang Ting was overjoyed when he saw the attributes board. This time, he had gathered all the power of origin, except for the origin of poison. They might be at the first rank, but who else could manage to comprehend so many power of origin at the celestial stage? With the addition of the origin of darkness that Wang Ting couldn't showcase, the total number of origins he wielded reached an astounding 11. It was truly a terrifying array of powers. If word got out, Wang Ting would be cut into pieces for research. Even stellar academies might not be able to protect him. Wang Ting felt that he needed to be careful before he reached the universe stage. He mustn't expose all his power of origin. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to suspicion and wariness from others. Chapter 1684 Origin of Chaos Energy. Wang Ting had been in the chaotic uncharted for an entire day and his gains were greater than expected. Other people might not be able to have this gain in 3 months, but he collected all of them in a day. He had thoroughly exploited every opportunity available to him. This feeling was amazing. Unfortunately, besides the occupied stone houses, he had visited all the vacant stone houses on the island. If he wanted to pick up attribute bubbles again, he would have to wait until the next time. It's time to go out for a walk. Wang Ting stood on the roof of the last stone house and admired the entire island. Besides the stone houses, there was nothing else here. Wang Ting leaped down from the roof and swiftly raced along the street towards the outskirts of the island. There was a rule on the transit island. You couldn't fly in the sky. The powerful martial warriors on the island needed to comprehend the laws of origin. If everyone flew around in the sky, it would affect their enlightenment. Of course, the guides had the right to fly above the island. However, they wouldn't fly around casually. Only under special circumstances do they occasionally fly across the sky. Most of the time, they would run through the streets. It wouldn't be worth it if they angered these powerful martial warriors. Only a fool would dare to offend these powerful martial warriors who have cultivated in the academy for countless years, all for the sake of a little convenience. Wang Ting had only been in the academy for a short time, but he already sensed that stellar academies was a place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It was better to keep a low profile if one didn't have the ability. In the sky at the edge of the transit island, on the stone platform, the guides noticed Wang Ting's movement and were surprised. This brat finally stopped after causing a commotion all night. What is he planning to do now? One of the guides asked in surprise. I think he is leaving the island. Ji Chunfei frowned and said after some hesitation. Leaving the island? The other guides were stunned. They walked to the edge of the stone platform and looked down. This fellow is a freshman, right? Why is he leaving the island on the first day? Ji Chunfei, didn't you remind him? Someone asked. I did. He didn't listen, Ji Chunfei replied calmly. Youth knows no fear. A guide at the side smiled and said. I hope he doesn't perish outside. Qualifying to enter this chaotic uncharted right after entering the academy shows that he has great potential and talent. It would be a pity if he dies, another guide said. They chatted for some time before they stopped paying attention to Wang Ting. Talents had their pride. They wouldn't spend too much time thinking about other people. Wang Ting had already arrived at the edge of the island. He took out his token and waved it. Then, he transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the chaotic region outside. At the same time, a spacecraft appeared. Wang Ting entered the spacecraft and flew away. The chaotic region was incredibly vast, with some places appearing deceptively close but actually being quite distant. Without using a spaceship, it was unknown how much time it would take to fly and reach the destination. Moreover, flying also required the expenditure of one's own force. In this dangerous and unpredictable chaos, it was crucial to conserve as much force as possible. Wang Ting even changed the heaven-level spacecraft to the Devil Slayer after he flew away from the transit island. His speed increased exponentially. The Devil Slayer's speed was top-notch among all the universe-level spacecraft. Being a universe-level spacecraft, its speed naturally surpassed that of the heaven-level spacecraft. This would save Wang Teng much time. An hour later, Wang Teng finally reached the first dimensional rift. He sat in the spacecraft and activated the panoramic simulation. He could see the outside scenery, but he couldn't perceive the manifestation of the laws. The laws of origin were the rules of the universe. They could not be simulated and could only be seen with the naked eye. Hence, he immediately flew out of the Devil Slayer spacecraft and came to the outside world. The instant he flew out of the spacecraft, Wang Ting felt a strong energy fluctuation. This is the energy of the origin of chaos. Wang Ting sensed it and immediately knew what this energy was. He did some research before he came. Amid chaos, everything was in its primordial state, and everything was evolving. Therefore, the energy within chaos was incredibly potent, and it was the most fundamental form of energy. It could not only assist martial warriors in comprehending the laws of origin, but it also greatly benefit their cultivation. The origin energy of chaos, through certain special transformations, can condense into chaos element crystals. Chaos element crystals are a type of energy crystal that is even more precious than immaculate energy stones, Roundball said. Chaos element crystals. Wang Ting searched through the Devour Nihility Beast's memory and found the relevant records. Similar to the immaculate energy stone, the chaos element crystals had no attributes. It could be used by martial warriors with any elemental forces. However, its energy form was more advanced than the immaculate energy stone. As mentioned before, universe stage martial warriors used the immaculate energy stones to cultivate. However, that was in the outside world. Most universe stage martial warriors with enough resources would use the chaos element crystals. For instance, the universe stage martial warriors from the various stellar academies would have this privilege. A universe stage martial warrior needed the power of origin to nourish his own small world. These chaos element crystals could provide this energy. If he used the immaculate energy stones, an additional step of refining and transformation is required, making the process more cumbersome compared to the chaos element crystals. Most importantly, the chaos element crystals could help with the cultivation of the laws of origin. This was something the immaculate energy stones couldn't match. To martial warriors, every second counts when they were cultivating. Falling behind even for a moment means lagging at every step. This was why some universe stage martial warriors were powerful while others were weaker. There was an insurmountable gap between them. Wang Ting's mind worked furiously. He stopped looking at the origin energy of chaos. The rules of origin were more valuable here. In the vicinity of the dimensional rifts ahead, numerous rune chains emerged, emitting divine radiance as they intertwined and entangled with each other. It was a mysterious and captivating sight. The strands of the heavenly Tao became visible. Wang Ting observed them in close proximity and instantly felt greatly enlightened. Many previously incomprehensible things suddenly became clear, as if a fog had lifted from his mind. At the same time, he noticed many attribute bubbles floating around him. He picked them up immediately. Origin of space *5 origin of space *5 origin of earth *10 origin of wind *10 origin of chaos energy *50 origin of chaos energy *60. Oh my, the first one is the origin of space. Is this a gift for me? Wang Teng was elated. The attribute bubbles merged into his body and mind. Some turned into enlightenment while others turned into energy and flowed through his body. First, there was the origin of space. Wang Teng received some origin of space attributes when he was on the transit island, so he was familiar with it. His understanding of the origin of space deepened and he felt more skilled at using it. Wang Teng placed great importance on the origin of space. The origin of space was a rule that surpasses all basic elemental laws and stands on par with the origin of time. The universe. The universe comprises space and time. The universe was space and the universe was time. Wang Teng hadn't reached that level, but he knew how important the origin of space and the origin of time were. This was a deeper level of aspiration. At the most superficial level of understanding, It could be said that these two laws of origin are immensely powerful, and therefore, they provided significant assistance in enhancing his current strength. For instance, the infinite tornado he created in the past was already very powerful, but if he added the origin of space, it would definitely be many times stronger than it was now. Wang Teng closed his eyes and comprehended the origin of space carefully for some time. He absorbed and digested all the knowledge of the laws of space for his use. Besides the laws of space origin, he also gained the laws of earth origin and the laws of wind origin. Wang Teng absorbed them too. There was nothing much to say about the laws of earth origin. As for the laws of wind origin, it was a law of a special force. If he could raise it, his offensive capabilities would increase significantly. These were his enlightenment. Wang Ting shifted his attention to his body. Strange energy was flowing through his limbs and bones. It felt peculiar. This energy was different from other forces. It was more pure and profound. Origin energy of chaos. Wang Ting muttered. There was a strange glint in his eyes. He was still thinking about the chaos element crystals a moment ago, but unexpectedly, he obtained the energy he could only acquire through the refinement of chaos element crystals, the origin energy of chaos. Wasn't this more direct than getting the chaos element crystals? Wang Ting sensed the energy in his body carefully. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "This origin energy of chaos is indeed special." In his perception, the origin energy of chaos resembled a nebula, swirling and nebulous, with numerous tiny particles within it. It felt like the planets within the universe. Those tiny particles were circulating and distributing themselves in a mysterious pattern, at times transforming into the constellation Earth Force, at times into the constellation Wood Force, and at other times into the constellation Fire Force. They were constantly evolving, yet perpetually maintaining a state of chaos. The essence of the heavenly Tao rules was contained within, causing all the minuscule particles to possess a certain connection. They formed a cohesive whole rather than separate entities. A flash of enlightenment streaked across Wang Ting's mind like lightning. He reached out to grasp it but only managed to touch the tail. It slipped away under his gaze. He seemed to understand something, but he didn't. At the same time, all the force constellations in the Sea of Nihility started vibrating simultaneously. They seemed to be pulled by some force. But it only lasted for a split second. Then, they went silent again as if nothing had happened. Wang Ting came back to his senses and took a deep breath. He felt a little frustrated. Darn it, it seems like my enlightenment still falls short. I had a glimpse of something but failed to grasp that fleeting spark of inspiration. If my enlightenment could reach the universe realm or even the eternal realm, I should be able to seize that moment of inspiration and smoothly break through to the cosmos stage. What is it? What's the connection between constellation, force, and the rules of the heavenly Tao? Countless doubts appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It was frustrating to think that he had been so close to reaching the truth, yet he couldn't manage to hold onto the spark of enlightenment. At this moment, Wang Ting felt stupid. Chapter 1685. The benefits of the chaotic beasts are amazing. 1. Wang Ting felt contempt towards his level of enlightenment. Why couldn't it be higher? Why couldn't he be smarter? Just a little more and he would be able to grasp that piece of inspiration. What a pity. What's wrong with you? Round Ball appeared beside him and asked curiously when it noticed Wang Teng's frustrated expression. Round Ball, my talent isn't good enough. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. Round Ball? It felt like asking a star student how he did after an exam. The star student said that he didn't do well because there was a question that was too difficult and he might have made a mistake. F***K. Did he think that he would score badly just because he made one mistake? Where was the logic? Wang Teng's response felt similar. Everyone who knew how talented Wang Ting was would probably call him a monster. Yet, he said that his talent wasn't good enough. Look at what He's saying. Wang Teng disregarded Round Ball and started thinking about how to deal with the origin of chaos in his body. All his force had reached the perfected stage and was extremely abundant. Even if he converted the origin of chaos into force, it would just be the icing on the cake. This was a waste of the origin energy of chaos. Round ball, do you think the origin energy of chaos can be used to nourish the space fragment? Wang Teng asked. Use the origin energy of chaos to nourish the space fragment. Round ball was stunned. It asked curiously, where did you get the origin energy of chaos? It knew that Wang Ting wasn't just asking casually. He might have already gotten this energy. Answer my question first, Wang Ting said. In theory, it should be possible. Round ball pondered for a moment and said, from a certain perspective, space fragments share a similar essence with the Universe Lord's small worlds. Since Universe Stage martial warriors can use the origin energy of chaos to nourish their small world, you should be able to nourish the space fragment as well. That makes sense. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. But, I've never tried it. Who knows what will happen? If anything went wrong, don't look for me. Round ball shrugged. It seemed certain that Wang Ting would experiment with it. I'm just asking for fun, Wang Ting replied. Do you think he'll believe you? Round ball scoffed. You don't have to believe me, Wang Ting shrugged indifferently. How did you get the origin of chaos? Round ball asked. I didn't see you absorb it. Make a guess, Wang Ting said. You're irritating. Round ball rolled its eyes. Wang Ting decided to keep the origin energy of chaos first. After he left the chaotic uncharted, he would see if he could use it to nourish his space fragment. Picking up attribute bubbles was more important now. He glanced around him and realized that he had absorbed all the attribute bubbles in this area. He waited for a while but there were no new attribute bubbles. He was a little disappointed. It looks like the next round of attribute bubbles will take some time. Wang Ting thought to himself. He sat on his spacecraft and left. The chaotic zone was huge. There was no need to stay here. The Devil Slayer spacecraft sped through the chaos. After some time, Wang Ting arrived at another dimensional rift. The rules of the heavenly Tao unfolded and attribute bubbles of various attributes were scattered around. Wang Ting appeared outside and picked up the attribute bubbles. Origin of wood *10 origin of lightning *10 origin of light *15 origin energy of chaos *80 origin energy of chaos *45 There's the origin of lightning and the origin of light. A peculiar gleam shimmered in Wang Ting's eyes as if there were laws evolving within them. The laws of wood, lightning, and light alternated and gradually converged into stillness. This indicated that they were absorbed and assimilated by Wang Ting. At the same time, a stream of origin energy of chaos entered Wang Ting's body. Wang Ting guided it and merged it with the origin energy of chaos already inside him. It was stored in a corner of the Sea of Nihility. He didn't absorb or use it. He would leave it there for now. Next stop. Wang Ting flew into the Devil Slayer spacecraft. The spacecraft flew through the chaos. When they passed by a particular location, Wang Ting hurriedly commanded the spacecraft to stop. There was a pile of rocks floating in the chaos. This was the first time Wang Ting saw anything solid besides a transit island in the chaotic uncharted. There are already rocks here. Round ball floated beside Wang Ting and exclaimed in surprise. As the heavens and earth are yet to fully unfold, chaos gives birth to all things. Do you think there might be any treasures here? I've heard that treasures are often found within these evolving areas, Wang Ting remarked. The possibility is very slim. We haven't even ventured beyond a range of 3,000 kilometers from the transit island. What's more, this area has long been swept clean by the Academy's powerful individuals. Do you think there are any treasures left behind? Round ball asked. Sigh, can't you let me indulge in a little fantasy? Perhaps this place has only evolved recently, Wang Ting replied irritably. It's possible. Hurry up and take a look, Round ball urged him. It didn't refute. Wang Ting flew out of the Devil Slayer spacecraft and floated into space. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the pile of rocks. Instead, he activated his real eye and looked inside. Faint traces of origin energy of chaos wafted in the surroundings, but it wasn't as dense as expected. The stones held no special qualities. They were just ordinary rocks. Wang Ting was disappointed. Chapter 1686. The benefits of the chaotic beasts are amazing. 2. He hoped that he could find a special stone. Chaos stones were fine too. He scanned his surroundings and shook his head in disappointment. However, he stopped abruptly when he saw something from the corner of his eyes. "Huh!" Wang Teng exclaimed softly. A peculiar luminous sphere emerged in front of his eyes. It was a mass of energy resembling chaos. It was gathered there without dispersing, hidden among the pile of rocks. Wang Teng closed his real eye and realized that there was only a pile of rocks there. There was nothing. There was a rock at the spot where the luminous sphere was at. It didn't look special. "I almost got fooled by you." Wang Teng smiled. "What did you discover?" Round Ball asked curiously. "Sure." Wang Teng raised a finger and disappeared on the spot. Round Ball's expression changed. Did Wang Teng discover a treasure? It floated quietly on the spot and scanned its surroundings, searching for Wang Teng. Roar. At this moment, it noticed a rock leaping up from the pile. It gave an angry roar. It was a strange-looking stone creature, constructed entirely from stacked rocks. It resembled a cheetah and had sleek and agile limbs with a single horn protruding from its forehead. Its eyes, filled with ferocity, shot out from the crevices between the stones. It suddenly shot up from the ground and twisted its body nimbly in mid-air. It pounced towards a vacant spot behind it. "I got discovered." Wang Teng's figure appeared. He sounded surprised. He thought that he hid well, but the other party still discovered him in advance and found his position accurately. It was surprising that it managed to make the first move. Roar. The rock monster roared again in mid-air. It opened its huge mouth and wanted to bite Wang Teng. "Why are you so fierce?" Wang Teng sniggered. He moved his body and appeared above the rock monster's head. He stomped down with one foot. Bang! The rock monster didn't have the time to react. A huge force surged towards it and its entire body got crushed. It turned into a mass of chaotic gas. Chaotic beast. Round Ball finally recognized the rock monster's identity and exclaimed. Wang Teng's eyes lit up too. He lowered his gaze to the chaotic gas beneath his feet. He guessed that this might be the chaotic beast and his suspicion was finally confirmed. The chaotic beasts didn't have a physical body. They were formed from chaotic gas and coincidentally became a strange life form. However, their intelligence was low. For instance, this chaotic beast in front of him was probably at the celestial stage, but its intelligence was far from commendable. A normal low-tier imperial-level star beast's intelligence was no different from a human's. However, this chaotic beast still retained its primal instincts and didn't seem very smart. Honestly, it was strange. One would expect beings like the chaotic beasts to possess higher intelligence. However, it seems that their intelligence has regressed rather than evolved. As he pondered, the chaotic gas below his feet started churning and condensed again. It transformed back into the same stone monster as before and lunged towards Wang Teng. "You're still not dead." Wang Teng sized up the chaotic beast strangely. Then, he attacked again and punched the chaotic beast. Bang! The chaotic beasts exploded and turned into a mass of chaotic gas again. However, after some time, it condensed again and escaped into the distance. It already knew how powerful Wang Teng was. It wasn't smart, but it wasn't foolish enough to continue seeking its demise. "This is a little troublesome." Wang Teng blinked. He had a sudden thought and released his fist again. This time, he instilled the laws of flame origin in his fist aura and punched the chaotic beast directly. Boom! The mighty crimson fist aura directly blasted the chaotic beast, causing it to explode into countless chaotic gas scattering in all directions. "It should be dead now, right?" Wang Teng looked in front. The chaotic gas finally stopped condensing. A golden ball of light smaller than a palm floated up from the spot where the chaotic beast died. It wanted to escape. With a flicker in his eyes, Wang Teng released his spiritual power and caught the golden ball of light, trapping it and drawing it into his hand. "What is this? Is this the soul of the chaotic beast?" Wang Teng examined the golden ball of light in his hand and sensed an incredibly soothing aura emanating from it. Deep within his soul, a sudden longing emerged. Eat it. Wang Teng was frightened by the appearance of this thought. His soul wanted to devour the golden ball of light. This was extremely rare. Even when he met spirit attribute bubbles, he didn't have this desire. Wang Teng, I feel that this thing is useful to me. Round Ball hesitated before commenting. Useful to you? Wang Teng was stunned. Could it be that Round Ball also wanted to devour this golden ball of light? Yes, I think it can elevate my life status. Round Ball nodded solemnly. Why don't you give it a try? Wang Teng passed the golden ball of light to Round Ball. He didn't dare to devour souls, so he decided to let Round Ball try first. Why do I feel that you want to use me as an experiment? Round Ball was puzzled. Cough. How is that possible? I gave it to you because you have a strong desire for it. Don't be ungrateful. I think that this item will benefit me too. If you don't want it, I will swallow it myself, Wang Teng responded angrily. As he spoke, he tried to pull the golden ball of light into his consciousness. Who says I don't want it? Round Ball reacted quickly and swiftly snatched the golden ball of light. It stuffed it in its mouth and puffed up its cheeks. Then, it pressed its little hands against its mouth and swallowed the ball of light. Wang Ting looked at it speechlessly. The next instant, a burst of golden light erupted from Round Ball's body. It looked blissful and seemed extremely comfortable. Wang Ting had been paying attention to Round Ball's reaction. He activated his real eye and noticed that Round Ball's origin of soul and origin of life seemed to have elevated a little. He saw the entire process, so the slight increase didn't escape his eyes. The benefits of the chaotic beasts are amazing. Wang Teng thought to himself. Round Ball moaned in comfort. Its eyes were shining as it said, Wang Teng, this thing is really useful to me. Quick. Let's go and kill more chaotic beasts. Don't get too excited. This golden ball of light is a reward for your unwavering loyalty to me. As for the next one, I have decided to try it out myself, Wang Teng said in a soft tone. Round Ball looked at Wang Teng bitterly. You can't do this. You didn't do anything while I took much effort to kill these chaotic beasts, Wang Teng said. But if my level of existence is elevated, I can accomplish much more. That would greatly benefit you. Round Ball immediately retorted, it depends on my mood. Wang Ting touched his chin and relented. Don't forget about me. I'm your loyal intelligent life form. I'm unique. Helping me means helping yourself. Round Ball followed Wang Teng and kept nagging. It was afraid that Wang Teng wouldn't help it. Alright. Are you a parrot? Wang Teng waved his hand helplessly. He scanned his surroundings. The chaotic beast he killed dropped a few attribute bubbles. He picked them up quickly. Origin of Earth *50 Origin energy of Chaos *300 blank attribute *10,000 her? There's origin energy of Chaos and blank attributes too? Wang Teng was surprised. He didn't think that killing the chaotic beast would give him these two attributes. It looked to the system, the chaotic beasts were similar to the star beasts. Both of them could drop blank attributes. What's more, the chaotic beasts dropped 10,000 points of blank attributes. This was a sizable gain. There were also 300 points of origin energy of chaos. It was slightly more than what he collected in the dimensional rift. The origin of Earth was within Wang Teng's expectations. He was able to kill the chaotic beasts because he used the power of laws. This proved that the chaotic beasts were related to the laws of origin. Wang Teng turned around, preparing to step into the spacecraft. Now he had an additional task on his hands, hunting down the chaotic beasts. Didn't the guide say that there are many chaotic beasts outside? Why is there only one? Did I stumble upon a lone one? Wang Teng asked in disappointment. Wang Teng, look over there, Round Ball suddenly said softly. As Wang Ting turned his head, he saw countless pairs of eyes suddenly appearing to his right. They glared at him fiercely. Roar. A series of roaring sounds erupted as the horde of chaotic beasts rushed towards him with a thunderous boom. What the F***** K? Chapter 1687 Hunt. What the F**** K? Wang Teng felt that this was the only way to express his astonishment. A moment ago, he was still wondering why there was only one chaotic beast. In a blink of an eye, numerous chaotic beasts appeared. What the hell was going on? His mouth must be Jinx. But the current situation didn't allow him to think too much. Roar. Howl. Roaring sounds filled the surroundings as variously shaped chaotic beasts emerged from the chaos. They charged straight towards Wang Teng. Run. Wang Teng felt his head turning numb. He turned and used Space Flash to return to his spacecraft and escaped quickly. The bold declaration of hunting down chaotic beasts was long forgotten. Staying alive was his top priority now. The guide was right. There were too many chaotic beasts and they were dangerous. He mustn't fight with them. What's more, the chaotic beasts could only be killed with the power of laws of origin. His tiny amount of power of laws wasn't enough for him to face so many chaotic beasts. If Wang Teng didn't use the power of laws to kill the chaotic beasts, they would quickly recover to their original state. This was disadvantageous for Wang Teng. Therefore, the best course of action now would be to flee first, ideally dispersing the group of chaotic beasts pursuing from behind. Then, he could take them down one by one. Unfortunately, the chaotic beasts wouldn't allow Wang Teng to escape easily. Amidst their roars, they launched their attacks. They condensed spheres of chaotic light in their mouths infused with the power of laws. These spheres then surged towards the Devil Slayer spacecraft, aiming to strike it down. Evade. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. Round Ball turned serious. It immediately controlled the spacecraft and evaded the attacks behind it. Boom. Boom. Explosions were heard continuously. Attacks exploded around the spacecraft. These chaotic beasts were only at the celestial stage or the cosmos stage, but their attacks contained a trace of the power of laws of origin. They mustn't be underestimated. Especially those attacks that contained the power of laws of light origin, laws of lightning origin, and laws of light origin. They were so fast even the Devil Slayer spacecraft didn't have much of an advantage. Of course, the unpredictable environment within the Chaos Zone was also a major factor preventing the spacecraft from accelerating. There were dimensional rifts in many parts of the chaotic Uncharted. The Devil Slayer spacecraft wouldn't be able to travel quickly. These dimensional rifts were surrounded by the power of laws. Even if the spacecraft were at the universe level, ramming headlong into them would yield little benefit. Most importantly, as the chaotic beasts attacked, more and more chaotic beasts were attracted over and surrounded the Devil Slayer spacecraft. To these chaotic beasts, Wang Teng's Devil Slayer was an invader. The chaotic beasts didn't have much intelligence, but they had a strong instinct to protect their territory. Wang Teng, we need to think of a way to get rid of these chaotic beasts. If not, our Devil Slayer spacecraft won't be able to withstand their attacks, Roundball said grimly. I didn't expect these chaotic beasts to be so crazy. This is unexpected. Wang Teng looked at the chaotic beasts around him through the panoramic simulation and felt a little helpless. There were too many of them. Even if he acted, he wouldn't be able to kill them all. That's right, the sheer number is terrifying. They appeared out of nowhere without giving us any time to react. We didn't even notice them. Round Ball shook its head. It couldn't care less about the potential benefits brought by the chaotic beasts anymore. The multitude of chaotic beasts made it feel the malevolence and onslaught emanating from the chaos itself. The reality was a harsh reminder that this place was not just a land of opportunity but also a treacherous and dangerous territory. If they were careless and lost their lives here, Wang Teng would become the biggest joke of the 7 stellar academies. A talent who couldn't harness the opportunity was nothing. These chaotic beasts seem a little strange. They can hide perfectly in the chaos and discover my presence in advance, Wang Teng frowned and said. Mind you, his concealing skill could even fool universe stage martial warriors temporarily. Yet, he was discovered when he wanted to sneak an attack on that stone-like chaotic beast. This was unbelievable. Wang Teng didn't know how the other party discovered him. Wang Teng's knowledge about the chaotic beasts was limited. Actually, there was hardly anyone who could claim to have a thorough understanding of the chaotic beasts. They were extraordinarily peculiar life forms, and most people only knew the surface. Maybe it's because of the chaotic current. Round Ball guessed. It's similar to what I think. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. The only thing he could think of was the chaotic current. These chaotic beasts might be able to sense the outside world through the chaotic current. Thus, it was hard for Wang Ting, surrounded by the chaotic current, to hide himself. Of course, this was just a guess. It was still to be verified. Boom. The spacecraft vibrated slightly. An attack landed on the spacecraft. The universe-level spacecraft was able to withstand an attack from a universe-stage martial warrior. Naturally, it could withstand an attack that contained the power of laws of origin. This was the difference between the heaven level and the universe level. You could say that there was a technological barrier between a universe-level spacecraft and a heaven-level spacecraft. Only by breaking this barrier could a universe-level spacecraft be truly considered a universe-level spacecraft. The attacks of the chaotic beasts landed on the spacecraft. The spacecraft vibrated a little, but it was fine. The other party's attacks didn't even break the protective shield. They only caused slight damage. However, Round Ball didn't dare to let down its guard. There were too many chaotic beasts. If it allowed the attacks to continue, the spacecraft's defense shield would be destroyed sooner or later. Round Ball, let's keep the spacecraft, Wang Ting suddenly said. Keep the spacecraft? Are you crazy? Without the spacecraft, we won't be able to outrun the chaotic beasts, Round Ball exclaimed. Even if we use the spacecraft, we won't be able to escape from these chaotic beasts. They will chase us relentlessly. Wang Ting shook his head. We can only go all out and take the risk. What do you have in mind? Round Ball was puzzled. From Wang Ting's words, he seemed to have come up with a plan. Let's give it a try. Be prepared, Wang Ting replied without further explanation. He prepared to charge out of the spacecraft. Round Ball felt helpless. It could only command the spacecraft to slow down and stop. Wang Ting dashed out of the spacecraft immediately and kept it. Then, he dashed into the chaotic currents nearby. Round Ball was confused by his actions. A moment ago, he guessed that the chaotic beasts could sense the outside world through the chaotic current. Now, he was rushing into the chaotic currents. Wasn't he walking into the trap? Round Ball didn't know what to say. As the spacecraft was decelerating, the chaotic beasts behind them got closer and closer. They saw Wang Ting dashing into the chaotic current, so they quickly chased after him. This was their territory. Entering the chaotic currents was suicidal. But soon, they realized that this wasn't the case. The person was gone. He disappeared. Numerous chaotic beasts raged through the chaotic currents, searching for Wang Ting. However, they couldn't find him. He seemed to have completely vanished. Roar! Roar! Angry roars came out of the chaotic beasts' mouths. After searching for some time, many chaotic beasts couldn't find their target and dispersed. How did you do it? Round Ball widened its eyes in disbelief when it saw this scene. A few chaotic beasts were loitering not far away from them. However, they couldn't detect Wang Ting. They seemed to be blind. It's very simple. Wang Ting smiled. You just need to merge into the chaos. Assimilate into the chaos? Round Ball was flabbergasted. It suddenly noticed something. There seems to be a layer of origin energy of chaos on your body. That's right. I used the origin energy of chaos to cover my entire body and then used my disguise talent to merge into the chaos. It's seamless. There are no flaws, so the chaotic beasts can't find me, Wang Ting chuckled. He wasn't confident just now, but he had no other choice. He could only give it a try. Fortunately, his guess was right. This method was effective. I didn't know that. Round Ball shook its head. It had to admire Wang Ting's ingenuity. He was able to think of such a plan in that situation. However, it suddenly reacted and looked at Wang Ting with a puzzled expression. Indeed, you have the origin energy of chaos. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't say anything. This matter was difficult to explain, so Round Ball could speculate all it wanted. These chaotic beasts chased us relentlessly. It's time to settle the score. Wang Ting looked at the three closest chaotic beasts with a dangerous gaze. Aren't you afraid of attracting other chaotic beasts? Round Ball was speechless. This was an audacious move, considering the recent intense pursuit. It wanted to take revenge and was extremely interested in the soul of the chaotic beasts, but the harrowing chase just now was an experience it did not wish to relive. Don't worry. I'll be careful this time. After killing these chaotic beasts, we'll hide and wait for them to let down their guards before continuing our hunt, Wang Ting said. All right, be careful. Round Ball knew that it couldn't stop Wang Ting, so it decided to wait and see how he would kill the chaotic beasts. There were so many chaotic beasts here. If he could get more of their souls, it would be able to achieve a leap in his life status. Round Ball was filled with anticipation. Wang Ting kept quiet. He was focused. He stared intently at the three chaotic beasts and held his breath. The three chaotic beasts gradually approached Wang Ting's area. They didn't notice Wang Ting's presence at all. Their vigilance had already been lowered to the minimum. Now, a flash of brilliance flickered in Wang Ting's eyes as he extended his hand, pointing forward. Three tongues of fire shot out forcefully, entwined with the power of laws of fire origin. Scorching heat radiated. The tongues of fire were extremely fast and the distance was short. Before the three chaotic beasts could react, their heads were penetrated. Bang! 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 Three muffled sounds echoed as the three chaotic beasts simultaneously exploded, releasing chaotic currents that surged in all directions. Three golden light spheres attempted to escape in the chaos. Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp. He released his spiritual power and swept the three golden rays over. He swept up many attribute bubbles too. Then, without hesitation, he fled. He shifted to another area within the chaos and found a place to hide. Roar. Angry roars were heard again. Many chaotic beasts sensed the abnormality and rushed over. Unfortunately, they still couldn't find anything. Chapter 1688 Awakening. 1. The chaotic beasts around them roared in anger. Round Ball was frightened. It was afraid that Wang Ting would be discovered. However, Wang Ting remained composed. He watched this scene with a playful smile. After some time, the chaotic beasts left since they couldn't find any traces of Wang Ting. Only a few of them were still wandering around. Wang Ting smiled. He glanced at the attributes board. He had picked up many attribute bubbles just now. Origin of water *50 origin energy of chaos *250 blank attribute *10,000 origin of wind *40 origin energy of chaos *200 blank attribute *8,000 origin of flame *45 origin energy of chaos *220 blank attribute *8500 3 power of laws of origin. Wang Ting was elated. Gaining 3 powers of laws of origin at once was even better than farming attributes from a universe stage martial warrior. There were also 3 balls of origin energy of chaos circulating in his body. Gradually, they merged with the original ball of origin energy of chaos and got stored in the sea of nihility. It was all thanks to the origin energy of chaos. If not, Wang Ting wouldn't be able to fool the chaotic beasts so easily. Although this would consume a portion of the origin energy of chaos, it was still worth it. This was a good deal. Then, there were the blank attributes. The blank attributes dropped by the 3 chaotic beasts were slightly different. One was 10,000, one was 8,000, and one was 8,500. There were 26,500 points in total. Adding the 10,000 points he collected previously, he had 36,500 points now. He received 36,500 points of blank attribute. This felt better than killing star beasts. Wang Ting looked at his blank attribute and smiled. He was extremely satisfied. Blank attribute, 3,678,500. This was all the blank attributes Wang Ting received during the League of Talents. There were 3.6 million of them. Wang Ting had never possessed so many blank attributes. Now, after killing the chaotic beasts, his blank attribute increased again. What's more, Many chaotic beasts were waiting for him to slaughter. By the time he left the chaotic uncharted, his blank attribute could exceed 4 million, or even more. These chaotic beasts were his blessing. Wang Ting was overjoyed. He remembered the 3 chaotic beast souls. The 3 golden balls of light were his greatest gain. This time, he wanted to devour them himself. He wasn't going to give them to Round Ball. Round Ball had already tested it once. It proved that the chaotic beast souls were not only harmless but also offered numerous benefits. Naturally, he had to give it a try himself. However, just as he was about to take out the 3 golden light spheres, his expression froze. They were gone. The 3 golden light spheres were gone. Wang Teng was worried that the other chaotic beasts would discover the golden light spheres, so he kept them in his devour space. It was a place where he could store living things, so he should be able to store these light spheres. But now, the golden ball of light was gone. Wang Ting scanned the devour space with his spiritual power to search for the 3 balls of golden light, but nothing was found. They had disappeared without a trace. Did they get absorbed by the devour space? That isn't right. Even if it's devoured, I can sense it. This devour space is mine, not the devour nihility beasts. Could it be that it devoured the 3 golden balls of light through its connection with the devour space? Many thoughts went through Wang Ting's mind. He frowned gradually. With the threat of the chaotic beasts no longer looming, Round Ball set its sights on those 3 golden spheres. It noticed that Wang Ting didn't take them out for quite some time, so it assumed he wanted to keep them all to himself. It immediately urged, Wang Ting, bring out those 3 golden balls of light quickly. There are 3 of them. I'm not being greedy, just give me 2 and keep 1 for yourself, alright? There's nothing left. Wang Teng glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. His face turned black. You're so mean. Can't you just give me 1? Round Ball widened its eyes in disbelief. It felt that he was too stingy. Stop it. The 3 golden balls of light are gone. I haven't eaten any of them, Wang Ting said angrily. What do you mean? The 3 golden balls of light are gone? Round Ball was puzzled. What do you think? Wang Ting asked. You're not lying. Round Ball didn't believe him. Wang Ting didn't reply to him. He suddenly disappeared on the spot and appeared in the devour space. He scanned his surroundings. Round Ball was stored in the life crystal, which was on Wang Ting. Hence, it appeared in the devour space too. It noticed Wang Ting's unusual expression and began to believe his words. You placed the 3 balls of golden light here? Round Ball glanced around and asked. Where else can I put it? Wang Ting asked. Maybe it got devoured by nihility. This thing is beneficial to you and me, so it should be able to help a universe behemoth like nihility too, right? Round Ball guessed. That's not possible. If he devours the 3 golden balls of light, he will tell me. Wang Ting realized this and ceased to doubt nihility any longer. His character disdained to engage in such actions of taking without informing others. He looked up at the cocoon of light floating in the purple-black space. The Ant-Man Queen. Round Ball reacted instantly. Are you saying it's her? Besides the Ant-Man Queen, there's no one else here. Wang Ting stepped forward and came beside the cocoon of light formed by the Ant-Man Queen. He placed his hand on it and closed his eyes. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.